Governor Stadler here. Can each one of you confirm your last name so it can move this whole session quickly and efficiently?
Brush City, Dewart.
Marty City, Sharp.
Howard Kashup. Anderson Ogawa.
J-Town Moneybunden.
Could you repeat your last name one more time?
Moneybunden.
Yes, Mayor. Governor Stadler, yes, you are.
Secretary of State Park. I'll now read the crisis. Mr. Governor, over the past few days, you have faced tremendous challenges. Despite all your efforts, much of the unrest has persisted and at times grown. Needless to say, parts of the states have fallen into pandemonium. Distrust in institutions, mainly driven by the spread of AI generated videos and deepfakes, has led many of your constituents to be hesitant to receive your messages and remain calm during this time of crisis. An energy collapse looms as the grid faces never before seen usage. The state has been affected by two great meteorological disasters. To the south, cities are facing a heat wave, at times peaking at 120 degrees Fahrenheit. And in the north, without warning, heavy rain has begun to fall, leading to flash floods averaging around 2 inches of rain per hour, making transportation efforts difficult and at times nearly impossible. Due to the recent construction of data centers in your cities, your state is requiring a historically high energy consumption. Your power plants can no longer keep up, and renewables such as wind and solar cannot meet demand, especially at night. This has left many rural towns in Nevada without power indefinitely, affecting essentials such as refrigerators and air conditioning. Coupled with the heat wave and drought, which have covered most of the southern half of the state, this has caused food to spoil in homes, grocery stores, and food banks, leaving many of your most vulnerable citizens without basic sustenance. These towns are beginning to conserve and pool together their remaining food stock and use what resources they have to preserve them as best they can. This has brought you and your committee just enough time to plan your next actions and send emergency rations to the town. The situation is becoming dire if this energy crisis continues. I fear the people of rural Nevada may soon face famine conditions and won't have enough food to survive. While Howard and Anderson in the South are continuing to suffer through heat waves and drought, J-Town, Marty, and Brush City's problems in the North have only gotten worse. It seems that, in an ironic twist of luck, the rain that was supposed to revitalize their cities has begun to destroy them. Unfortunately, the rain has not ceased, and there is now flooding across all three cities. Due to the flooded roads, the transport of emergency supplies and rations has been rendered nearly impossible throughout the city. You must find a way to expedite the transport of these life saving resources to Howard and Anderson, while providing aid for the citizens still trapped inside the flooded cities, lest it become a situation like the one in the southern half of the state. After the recent and tragic officer-involved shooting of Skip Knott, several local ranchers have announced that they will be protesting in his honor, demanding justice. Many ranchers blame you, Mr. Governor, for his death, with some calling you the sole perpetrator. They have even been able to financially support rival judges who seek to declare you guilty for such an act. The state's massive ranching industry is now hanging in the balance as many call to go on strike, refusing to let their livestock be used in aid in your food distribution until, in their eyes, justice is served. Protesters across the 6 counties have been a common sight over the past few days. Several local city councils have announced that they no longer recognize your power, rallying around Henry Humdinger, the billionaire playboy entrepreneur, as a figurehead. These protests have spread to Anderson, Brush City, Howard, J-Town, and Marty, putting their elected leaders in danger, with many advocating for recalls and for their replacement with pro-Humdinger politicians. Fortunately, after the city's tireless effort to save the most prosperous Chick-fil-A from a raging wildfire, the business owner is willing to endorse your leadership. However, the citizens of these cities no longer trust their officials, with the worst of the protests originating in the city of Marty after a failed de-escalation campaign in which firefighters were deployed to control the crowds due to a lack of law enforcement. The people are beginning to speak out against your leadership, and if their concerns go unanswered, this may be the end of your campaign and your position as we know it. The CEO is now rising to take the governor's spot, and many other fledgling politicians are beginning to lend their support towards them. Thanks to his company's data centers in the city, he has a trove of information he can use to appeal to the state's citizens, no matter their political affiliation, left or right, nationalists or federalists, or even the small third parties who have found themselves under the umbrella of what has been dubbed the Committee of Good Governance, a loose group of politicians, activists, business leaders, and special interest groups seeking to remove you and the remaining mayors from power. Rather unfortunately, following your recent response to Operation Sweep, former Governor Edgeby has decided to partner with CEO Humdinger, stating, "I feel I can no longer participate in a state that will not allow me to express free will. Hence why I and the people of Nevada must open our eyes and endorse a candidate who will facilitate that very right, that being our very own Mr. Humdinger, using his previous connections and funds from his time as governor to spread his message far and wide across the state. As this issue evolves, a broadcast rings out on local cable news and radio stations. The family and community-oriented company, affectionately known to many as LiveCore, announced that it is undergoing a corporate restructuring and rebranding in these trying times. In this broadcast, Henry Humdinger stands in a clean tech office with items meticulously laid out that seem almost artificial. He speaks in a rhythmic, almost robotic cadence, his voice rising as he reads aloud some of the many new policy changes that would come from his rise to governorship, laying out a roadmap that is true to the ideals of the state, outlining his plans in what is described as Nevada 2030. If Mr. Humdinger were to take power as governor and enact his vision, he would rally the already upset citizens to impeach the mayors and use his power to elect his board of trustees as the new city mayors. If this were to happen, he plans to repurpose the cities to house more data centers, envisioning a future where citizens are paid in crypto, living in his corporate controlled and funded eco housing located near said data centers. Humdinger sees a future built around live core in every step of citizens' life, going as far to establish a new food commerce company, Live Mart, solely responsible for transporting food in and out of Nevada. Mr. Humdinger has announced plans to work with former Governor Engby to form a new Committee of State Security to assist current law enforcement in upholding the people's desire for law and order. With Engby's own controversial bodyguards as the committee's heads, the group's main initiative is to preempt future protests and prevent further damage to the state of Nevada. As he finishes his speech, he outlines his final proposal, implementing a new, cheap, clean travel service that uses Live Core-owned buses to transport Nevada citizens around the state. This system would utilize transit passes to travel between cities to reduce crime and make transport more lively for Nevada citizens. Due to the nature of this issue, you have decided to form an executive council to find a solution at the Nevada State Legislature building in Carson City, Nevada. The mayors of the 5 great cities of Anderson, Brush City, Howard, J-Town, and Marty are your only hope. They have flown out to assist you in this endeavor. These are your most trusted constituents. With the combined support of Nevada's mayors alongside the state's executive council, a solution may be reached. The next few hours will decide the future of the state of Nevada, Mr. Governor. Citizens across the state depend on you for their lives, and their future awaits your decision. Godspeed, gentlemen. The future of the Silver State lies in your hands. Remember the motto of the great state we all call home, all for our country.
Governor Stadler, do the mayors want to start addressing any major topics? Governor Stadler, yes, Mayor Okawa.
Mayor Ogawa from Anderson. So first, I want to address about the many issues that we have, and I want to get all the mayors in on what exactly we're going to be facing. So first, I want to clarify that the main issues at hand are the weather crisis with the rain and the flooding, the energy crisis in which there isn't any AC provided, which causes the loss of food. So there's also a hunger problem. And then another problem that we have is regarding Henry Humdinger, the CEO, in which he is trying to get the governor out of his position, as well as all of the mayors. And as to the good things that we do have, we have support from Chick-fil-A, the owner of the business in which we all helped. And if there's anything else that I missed out, please share out. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Cashap.
Thank you. This is a question regarding the court case yesterday. I was wondering how it was resolved, if it was, and in what direction.
The jury could not come to a conclusion, so therefore I was innocent.
Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Manivanen.
Mayor Manivanen, I would just like to note that in the south, there is also a large heat wave as well, reaching temperatures of 120 degrees Fahrenheit. So I believe that is also one of the issues that we should address. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Cashap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I believe that the situation is incredibly unideal. However, I do have faith that we are all able to work together to resolve this. As such, I believe that the energy crisis is very likely the main root of all of our problems, as we can trace that to essentially everything else that has happened. And I believe it is in our best interest if we focus on solving that first, as I believe that by solving that immediately, we will be able to much more easily tackle all the other issues that come from it. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, yes. Mayor Dewart.
Mayor Dewart. Excuse me, I've lost my train of thought.
Governor Stadler, yes. Mayor Manivanan.
Mary Manivanan, thank you, Mr. Kashyap. I also believe that we should focus on energy. However, I think that it might be useful for us to solve the state crisis in two parts, Northern Nevada and Southern Nevada, because they have distinctive problems. For example, in Northern Nevada, we have a lot of rain and flooding, which means that it is hard for emergency vehicles to get to where they need to go. However, in Southern Nevada, the extreme temperatures peaking at 120 degrees Fahrenheit are causing a lot of crops and all of those things to perish very quickly. And so there is a food crisis in Southern Nevada. And I think that it might be good if we were able to solve one crisis at a time and then work on each individual part. Thank you.
Hello, Chief of Staff Maffey. Let it be known that yes, we are dealing with two natural disasters here in two different parts of the state. Heavy rain and flooding in the north, and a heat wave in the south in the Howard regions. However, there is also the political disaster that has taken place that should not go unrecognized as well. So I believe that should be added as a third.
Governor Stadler, yes. Mayor Dewart.
Mayor Dewart, I would like to kind of remind the governor that executive orders can be issued by you. So in the case that, because we have multiple AI centers using up all of our power, you can set executive orders to limit that or even shut them down because we are in a current crisis. Thank you, Mr. Governor.
Governor Stadler. The problem, part of that too, is that my political authority is decreasing with the CEO. So even if I do issue an executive order, trying to get out there and actually enact that would be much more difficult, especially with what was their party name? What they're calling themselves, where's that at? No, not the Committee of Good Governance. The Committee of State Security, and they're appointing the former Governor Envy's bodyguards as the heads. And from my experience, they are very aggressive. They beat up a crowd of protesters and sent one to the ICU. So they're definitely should be considered when trying to enact these executive orders.
Secretary of State Park, I agree with what Mayor Deward said, and I think it would be advantageous to us to potentially shut down the data centers and reroute some of that power to especially communities in the South who are struggling with food preservation. And Governor, to address your point about the Governor Envy's law enforcement, I think if we remind citizens that these bodyguards are incredibly rowdy and they do not always comply with the rule of law, it would actually garner support for us. Thank you.
Special Advisor Hamilton. I would disagree with the Secretary of State, as currently, if we end support and close the data centers, that would even further lower the public support of us, as the public has currently rising support for CEO Mr. Humdinger. Therefore, if we close down the data center, that would just garner more public support for Mr. Humdinger and then further undermine our cause. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, yes, Mr. Mayor Cashop.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I have to agree with Mayor Dewar here. I believe the first course of action we need to take is to shut down these data centers because, as we see, the main way that Humdinger is increasing his support is by creating AI deepfakes of all of us in order to ruin our image. And plus, it does not, I don't even need to mention the amount of energy his data centers are using. I believe we still control the power infrastructure, such as Hoover Dam and NV Energy and other related sources. And even then, I still believe we have law enforcement resources at our disposal. Although I do understand our mistrust, considering the public mistrust to us, I do believe that we need to immediately shut down these data centers. And I believe the best way to do it is from the source. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, yes. Secretary of State, Harry.
To address Special Advisor Hamilton's concerns about losing support, I would believe that while the decision to shut down data centers may initially be controversial, if we do indeed follow through and are able to restore power to the southern communities, this would actually increase the support, as many of the protesters are upset about the fact that they do not have food. So I think addressing that would actually help us in this scenario.
Governor Stadler, yes. Mayor Manivannan.
All right, Manivannan. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, or Mr. Governor. Sorry. I also agree that we should shut down the AI data center. However, I think that on the contrary, it should not be a permanent shutdown. I think that we can have a temporary shutdown for the state of Nevada to focus on the issues that are more pressing. For example, the rain and flooding, the hunger, the extreme heat, all of these things. And I think that if we were able to shut down the AI data center, we will be able to have a lot of power plants back up and running for the entire city, which means that there's going to be an immediate comeback for Nevada because the constituents will be able to see some immediate results from what we are doing. I think that is a great first step to garnering support for our further actions. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, yeah, I do agree that the north part of Vegas, the north part of Nevada should be addressed as well. But I forget which mayor brought up the idea of splitting the two crises within Nevada from north to south. I believe we should try and tackle the one problem first, just focus all of our ideas onto one problem. And then once we figure that out, then we can move on to the north side or the south side. So I would like to, before we continue collaborating, establish which the northern or southern side of Nevada do we want to focus on. Governor Stadler, yes. Chief of Staff Maffey.
Just a point on the data center problem. I don't believe we can, quote unquote, shut down all power to them completely because we still need the data in them. I mean, this holds all of the internet for the state as well as other information. So if there is some sort of auxiliary power that I might suggest that could keep the memory running, the RAM units running, but maybe not distribution, I believe in a crisis like this, that is not an unreasonable request for the internet to shut down, but not be permanently gone as if you were to cut off all power.
Governor Stadler, yes. Mayor Jashop.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I do agree with Chief of Staff Maffley's word. I don't believe that the shutdown should be permanent. However, considering the current crisis at hand and the situation we are placed in, I believe that urgently shutting it down now is probably the best course of action. We, of course, at a later time, once we have everything sorted out, bring those back online. But for now, I do think we need to shut down the data centers in order to at least stop the bleeding that we are currently suffering from. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, yes. Mayor Dewar.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I have two birds with one stone. First, the protesters, because that is also an issue. We can help enforce or the word to kind of get them out of the way. The National Guard, we have access to that. Furthermore, with the AI data centers, you mentioned a good point, Mr. Governor, how they do not have your trust anymore as a politician, but it's the National Guard as well. So if you tried to shut down the AI data centers in some limitations so we could still get power and keep data and RAM, that would be, I think, extremely effective. Thank you.
Correction. Governor Stadler, yes. Mayor Cashup.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I do incredibly disagree with Mayor Duworth's words. I do not think we should use the National Guard until the situation becomes so incredibly dire that we have no other option. I believe that using any overt force would completely ruin the public image and perception of our administration, and as such, I would strongly advise against doing such a thing. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, I was just advised that we should prevent the use of National Guard, as it would completely ruin our image. So let's not do that. Governor Stadler, yes. Mayor Okawa. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. So I completely agree with Governor Stadler here. So the main problem at hand for the political campaign is at least that we're up against the political party of the Committee of Good Governance, in which they're built of mainly politicians, activists, and business leaders. So what they're trying to sway is the general public. So I think the general population that we should be aiming for to at least please is the general public. So this population would be the people that don't have food, the people that are suffering from the weather, the droughts, the floods. So I believe in any action that we should take should be for the general public and not for the higher ups and the CEOs and the data centers. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, I believe that we all agree with that. Before we continue on, I want to make sure that each one of you, I want to confirm whether we want to tackle the Southern Nevada problem or the Northern Nevada problem. I understand they're both tied together, but I would just like each mayor to basically say if they would rather focus on the northern or southern side of Nevada first. Thank you. Governor Stadler, yes. Chief of Staff Maffey.
Yes, if I may comment really quickly. There are some issues that are more pressing than others. I think human life at stake in the Northern Nevada should take precedence. However, there's been multiple cases of violence throughout the state. I think for public image purposes as well as safety purposes, the focus should be violence. So all of the flooding and all of the failed protest de-escalations.
Governor Stadler, yes. Secretary of State Park.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Secretary of State Park. So I would like to bring up 2 points. One, the important piece of information I think that has not been addressed yet is the fact that we have lost the support of local ranchers. So I think we should strongly consider talking to the local ranchers and at the very least promising them a re-investigation into the officer-involved shooting of Mr. Knott. And my second point would be that my opinion is that we should focus on the southern half of the state. I believe that it is more practically fixable, as the northern half of the state is being flooded, and it would be very difficult to stop it if the rain has not stopped. Whereas I think with the southern half of the state, it is much more salvageable, as we can simply reroute power to people's refrigeration and transport food to them. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, yes. Special Advisor Hamilton.
Special Advisor Hamilton. I would like to address the reasons that the governor and the executive council and all our mayors are decreasing public support. First is the trial in which there was no legal consensus for Governor Stadler, and then second would be because of the energy crisis, rural cities have lost power, and also due to flooded roads in the north, neither north or southern cities can receive any life-saving resources. Thus, because the individuals have a lower quality of life right now, they are turning against us and instead in support of CEO Mr. Humdinger. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, yes, Mayor Gashup.
Thank you. A few things I would like to point out. I do completely agree that for the ranchers, we do need to promise another investigation, and we do need to make some reforms to our police system to ensure that actions like this do not happen again. I believe that the ranchers want transparency and justice, which is completely reasonable. And as such, we should be willing to negotiate and work with them, understand their demands, and see what can we do in order to rectify the situation. And I believe that the way we can do it is by investigating further. Regarding the situation and the debate between whether we should focus on the South and the North, I will admit that I do have bias considering my city is located in the South. However, I do believe that that should also be our main focus, as the South is currently experiencing a massive heat wave, which is causing massive distress and may even potentially be lethal. In the North, it is flash flooding, which is severely damaging infrastructure. However, I believe that the heat wave situation is far worse, and thus we need to focus on that first before we can focus on the North. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, yes, Mayor Dewart.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I agree with Mayor Kashup. That is a really good point, and we do have programs that will easily allow us to repair the infrastructure. I would also like to make it known that us as a state can call for aid from other states such as California, actually any states that border Nevada, for maybe supplies, because our political and influence is under these other states. So that will be it. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, yes. Special Advisor Hamilton.
Special Advisor Hamilton, I just recommend that we have to tackle this issue chronologically. If we announce any executive orders or deployment of National Guard or making any significant changes that do not have a direct result on the citizens' quality of life due to the energy collapse, then the citizens will begin to turn against us more, and we have to worry about a possible revolt.
Governor Stadler, yes. Chief of Staff Maffey.
I just want to make a couple points known. So I believe that the priority should be human life. And right now, the threat of human life is in the north because of the flooding. It states that citizens are trapped inside flooded cities' homes and are in active danger. And as of the power crisis, it only states that the places that are completely without power are in rural areas. Having said that, most rural areas in Nevada, coming from experience, have stockpiles of food and water themselves, private wells that allow them to be self-sufficient for small amounts of time. Yes, having said that, protesting is also a main problem. However, I believe that basic human needs, food, water, power, shelter from the rain, take precedence. And on the heat wave in southern Nevada, it is not uncommon for us in the southern part of the state to get to 120 normally during those first 2 weeks of July. It's happened before, so the city has ran as normal. It is an issue, and it does require a lot of power in itself to run everything while it is that hot, but it is not impossible. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, I do see your address to the heat wave down south and how they do have stockpiles of food, but this letter specifically says that the heat wave somehow spoiled the food in homes, grocery stores, and including food banks. So the towns are actually pooling food to give us time, but not much. Also, I would like to, I want to set a direction for this because I feel like we're addressing a lot of things, but there's not a direction to addressing it or having an actual solution to these problems. So I would like just to ask by a raise of hands who would like to address the problem in the north of Nevada first. Please raise your hand. Who would, please lower your hand. Who would like to address the problem in southern Nevada first? Please raise your hand. All right. And all those who abstain? All right. He abstained. So I believe then we should address the northern Nevada problem first. I believe there were more hands raised for that. So we will focus on northern Nevada first, okay? Because I'd like a direction for this committee. So please just address problems in northern Nevada, and then we'll go to southern. Yes, Mayor Kiashap.
Thank you, Mr. Apologies. Thank you, Mr. Governor. I believe we can airlift supplies to the northern Nevada areas, as the flash flooding is only affecting infrastructure on the ground. I believe we have resources that we can pull from our own state supply as well as local emergency services. I believe we can use that to airlift supplies in, at least for the time being. And I think that would be able to at least mitigate the problem for now. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, yes. Chief of Staff Maffey.
Just a specific wording on the original statement about the food essentials in rural Nevada. It states that rural towns are left without power indefinitely, affecting essentials such as refrigerators and air conditioning, coupled with heat wave and drought, which has covered most of southern half of the state, caused food to spoil in homes, grocery stores, and food banks. And then it goes on in the next sentence to say, leaving many of your most vulnerable citizens without basic sustenance. I believe that these sentences are referring to the people in rural Nevada, and we do have some sort of power system still in place in the major cities in southern Nevada.
Governor Stadler, yes, I do believe we've addressed that already as well. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Yes, Special Advisor Hamilton.
Special Advisor Hamilton, I would agree with the Chief of Staff Mappy's previous statement that the threat of life is the most dire issue at hand. I believe the only way to fix this would be to redistribute power throughout the state, and either by limiting the amount of power used by the data center or closing the data center entirely.
Governor Stadler, I do believe this letter has not addressed NV Energy, but NV Energy supplies 90% of the entire state power, and it does not seem like they have aligned, or at least it does not address NV Energy aligning with LiveCore or Mr. Humdinger. So I do believe we could redirect power at least to a minimal amount, like remove as much power as we can from the data centers while also keeping them minimally operational, while bringing the rest of that to rural areas within, correction, we're addressing northern Las Vegas. I'm sorry, that was off topic. Governor Stadler, yes. Mayor Sharp.
Mayor Sharp, addressing the problems with the northern city flooding, I think it's important that we look at options to evacuate the citizens too. The flooding is caused by a meteorological event, so we're not exactly sure how long the rain will continue and if it'll get worse and citizens are already trapped in their homes.
Governor Stadler, yes. Mayor Okawa.
Thank you, Governor. So I agree with Mayor Sharp. We could evacuate the northern citizens, but I also believe we should also evacuate the rural citizens, because their main on the sheet it mainly says that their towns are the one that are running out of food,
Mayor Okawa, can we please focus on North Nevada first?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, but still on the topic with Northern Nevada, even if we do evacuate the citizens, where exactly would we evacuate them? Even if we evacuate them to the south, we still wouldn't be able to transport, and yeah, we wouldn't even be able to evacuate them in the first place due to transportation issues. So if we don't come up with a solution regarding how we can transport them, I don't see it as a feasible solution right now.
Governor Stadler, yes. Mayor Manivanan.
Mary Manivanan. I agree with Mayor Ogawa and Mayor Sharp. I believe that evacuating the Northern Nevada citizens is very important. And as to where we can evacuate them, I believe it might be advantageous to collaborate with a neighboring state, such as California. So we are able to hold all of the citizens and constituents temporarily in a nearby state that is not that does not have a crisis like us, and so we're able to focus on the flood going away or rebuilding infrastructure in the meantime, while all of our citizens are staying safe. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, yes. Secretary of State Park.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I agree with Mr. Moneyvunnen. I think it would be an excellent idea to evacuate citizens to a different state such as California, and to address Mayor Ogawa's concerns about how exactly we would do that. I think it would be slow but feasible to do it through air transportation, such as using a helicopter or something of that nature. And yes, that is all I have to say.
Governor Stadler, I believe helicopters are not long enough distance to cover all the way to California. It would have to be short trips, maybe to an airport from a helicopter lift to an airport. From there, they could be taken to California, but not a direct helicopter flight from Nevada to California. Yes, Mayor Dewart.
Thank you. I would like to say the evacuation of citizens. Yeah, evacuation should be our biggest priority in the north because the infrastructures can only last so long until they collapse, and these are cities just gone. Furthermore, I want to talk about still using the National Guard, but not by influence or fear, but by ensuring their safety, because they can be a mode of transportation for the citizens to other states. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, the staff advised me no use of National Guard whatsoever, because that would cause correction. National Guard would actually be fine. Sorry about that. Yes, Mayor Kashap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I do completely agree with Mayor Dubert's words. I believe that I also would like to agree with the governor. I believe that transporting citizens by helicopter to the airport and then from there to a neighboring state would be the most optimal idea. I believe using the Air National Guard to accomplish such a task in order to make sure that the operation runs smoothly would be incredibly beneficial. And so I am in support of the idea. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, yes, Mayor Okawa.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. So, with the solution that Secretary of State Park provided, I do believe it is a feasible yet really slow process. And with this current situation, we don't have a set on time on exactly what it is, how much time we have to solve this crisis, right? So, the one problem in which Secretary of State Park's solution is how long it would take to actually evacuate all the citizens of Northern Nevada, because Northern Nevada has three cities, I believe, and with those three cities become a lot of people, so we could run out of time before we are able to successfully evacuate all citizens, and was wondering if there is any other type of solution we could use.
Governor Stadler, do the mayors that have their hand raised have a suggestion, or also the special advisor have a way of transporting them faster? Yes, Mayor Sharp.
Mayor Sharp, depending on how bad the flooding is, if it's a couple feet like deep and stuff, there is a potential that we could use boats to deliver people at least out of heavily flooded areas, to which that we can find alternative modes of travel like buses, but we don't know exactly how bad the flooding is.
Governor Stadler, the letter does state that it's 2 inches per hour. Yes, 2 inches of rain per hour, and it does not state how long this rain has been going for, but I believe if we started doing air transportation within time, using a flood guard from the National Guard, I do believe that the National Guard does also use boats to save people. We could use the boats if the flooding gets very drastic. Yes, Mayor Dewar.
Yeah, I would like to slightly disagree with Mayor Wagala, only because it is important, if it is a growing problem with the water, that even though it might be a little bit of a slow process, it's still lives being saved, which is needed. I think this is something we should do, maybe a slow process, but we can also find other processes as well. The most processes we can come up with, the more we can save. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, yes. Secretary of State Park.
Yes. I would like to address Mayor Sharp's proposed solution of using boats. I would like to point out that I think such a solution could potentially be even slower than using helicopters. That does not mean that I'm against it, and in fact, I think we need to use all methods of transportation to get the citizens out of harm's way. However, I would like to reiterate that using boats would almost certainly be slower than using air transportation, such as a helicopter. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, I do agree with Secretary of State Park's statement. I don't think we should be restricting ourselves to only one mode of transportation to evacuate the citizens of the northern cities. I do believe that it's going to be a slow process. Obviously, it's not going to be efficient. It's a flood with 2 inches of rain per hour, but I believe airlift and boating are the only options we have for transportation, unless, I mean, the way you guys raise your hands seems like there's more. Mayor Kashup.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I do believe that using both methods of transportation would be ideal. I think we can use helicopters to airlift citizens who are in more isolated areas and in smaller towns, so we can get them to an airport faster. And then for larger cities, we can use boats, because I believe boats have been used before in cases when there's been hurricanes and other incidents. So I believe for citizens in larger cities, which have much easier access to the airport, we can use the boats and then helicopters for more isolated areas. However, I am concerned by our supply of boats, considering we are a landlocked state, and as such, we may need to request boats from private citizens or from other states. So that is also one of my major concerns. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, yes. Mayor Manivanan.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I would like to point out two things. The first one being that in the first paragraph of this state crisis, it says that transportation efforts are difficult and at times nearly impossible. This does not mean that we can't use all ground transportation. At times where the rain isn't as heavy, we can still use ground transportation. So I think it's very important that we take advantage of the times where the rain kind of lets up for a little bit and use ground transportation. And then the second point that I'd like to make is that we do not have to use only air transportation if we're going to be collaborating with other states. For example, we could use helicopters to go to some kind of rural area of Nevada that is not flooded, and then from there we can use ground transportation that might be quicker, or it might simply be more cost effective, or on the contrary, we can also use air planes and stuff like that as well.
So you're suggesting that we airlift, boat, and use ground transportation to remove or rescue northern Nevada citizens to the southern half, at least temporarily, to get them out of the weather? Yes, Mayor Manivanan.
Not entirely. What I'm trying to get at here is that if we are going to be using air transport, not all parts of Nevada are flooded, and we don't have to make the long and strenuous journey to southern Nevada to do that. I think that using transport such as helicopters is mainly used for like short distances, and so if we're able to find an area that isn't flooded or has a direct route to California or to some of our other neighboring states, it might be useful for us to have a short helicopter trip to one of these areas that isn't flooded, and then from there, the passengers can get off and they can enter an evacuation bus or an evacuation plane. This way, we don't have to go all the way to southern Nevada or to a completely different state, where we are able to average more helicopter evacuations per hour doing that.
Governor Stadler, I'm not sure, but are there any very high elevation areas within North Nevada? Because that would be a potential spot to drop off the northern city citizens, because obviously that would be one of the higher points to avoid flooding. Yes, Mayor Sharp.
Mayor Sharp, most of the northern Nevada cities do have mountain ranges nearby. I know the city of Marty is pretty close to the Rubies, which is one place that we could evacuate in conjunction with other mountain ranges that are nearby.
Governor Stadler, yes. Chief of Staff Maffey.
Yes, I believe. Thank you to Mayor Manivan. He has great points about going to areas outside the storm, but even areas within the storm could be safe to transport people to, at least for a temporary amount of time. There are places near Marty, such as Lamoille, that are at high elevations. There's places near Brush City, such as Donner Pass and Truckee Meadows, that are at thousands and thousands of feet high, while still having some sort of township food, water, electrical to take care of these people.
Governor Stadler, yes. Secretary of State Park.
I would also like to laud Mayor Manivanan for his proposed solution. I think that would be a great idea, and I would suggest that soon, once everyone has made their points, that we take a vote on whether to transport citizens directly out of the state or to a place outside of the storm. And if we do vote to transport them to a place out of the storm but not out of the state, then I would suggest that we settle on a specific area. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, yes. Special Advisor Hamilton.
Special Advisor Hamilton, I would like to address one main concern, which renders the transport and rescue of citizens throughout northern Nevada impossible. In the first paragraph, the third sentence, distrust in institutions, mainly driven by the spread of AI videos and deepfakes, have led many of your constituents to be hesitant to receive your message and remain calm during this time of crisis. If we force citizens to evacuate northern Nevada cities, first of all, because of our already very low levels of popularity, they would not be in agreement with it. Next, it states that many of our constituents are hesitant to receive our messages and remain calm. An executive order that would allow for in our words, a rescue of citizens, for them would not be considered a rescue. For them, they do not trust us anymore. Therefore, evacuation of citizens has not enough public support, and the public in general would not agree with it and may try to undermine our efforts.
Governor Stadler, the reason why we're addressing the North first is because they are in immediate crisis. Their life is in danger right at the moment, and I believe citizens are able to can acknowledge that their city is flooding and their lives are in danger, and they would accept help from anybody that would transport them out, even if they're a figurehead they do not agree with, as long as it is a rescue operation. Yes, Mayor Kiashap.
Apologies. Thank you, Mr. Governor. There's been quite a few points that have been made. However, there's a few things I want to point out. One, I am strongly against evacuating our citizens inside the state of Nevada, as we would be then required to set up the infrastructure needed to take care of those who have been evacuated, which simply adds another one of our problems to the list. Additionally, we are also running out of food for our citizens who are already in areas that are not suffering immediate infrastructure collapse. And as such, how would we get the food to them when we can't even provide for our own citizens that are fine, at least fine, as I quote. Another thing is addressing addressing Mr. Hamilton's point. I do believe it would be better if we were to use local charities in order, if we would get. Please allow me to. Thank you. I believe it would be far better if we were to use local charities in order to show that this is a citizen effort, that we are all in this together. I also do agree with you, Mr. Governor, that citizens, I do have a lot of trust in our citizens, and I believe that they would accept our aid at this time, considering their lives are in immediate danger. As such, I propose that we contact another state and contact local charities in order to see if we can set up a system to provide for our citizens outside of the state of Nevada to ensure that all of us are protected and that we have more breathing room to address other problems. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, so I just want to clarify. So when you say charities, you mean foundations like the Red Cross, life-saving foundations like that? Yes, Mr. Kiashap?
Yes, Red Cross, among others. I believe that there's quite a few national, international, and even local groups that'd be more than willing to assist us.
Governor Stadler, yes, Mayor Manivanan.
Thank you, Governor. On your point on how the Northern Nevada citizens, I believe that I agree with your point on the Northern Nevada citizens. I believe that they are going to be much more, I feel like they'll be trusting in us a little bit more because they are able to see like firsthand the flooding and everything that is happening in their city. And so I think that if we were to have helicopter evacuations and things like that, they would be trusting in us to handle that. And then also on the point that Mayor Kashup brings up, I believe that it is a good point to collaborate with like corporations, or not corporations, charities for this. However, in the city crisis, it states that a lot of the local charities have their food has also gone has perished, and because of this, I don't think that it may be the best idea for us to collaborate with local charities, especially within the state of Nevada, because they're going to be undergoing the same crisis that we are. And so if we're going to try and get food from them or get water from them or get aid from them, I think it's going to be highly unreasonable. And furthermore, the last point that I'd like to make is that if we're going to be collaborating with other states for this, I don't see why we can't borrow some food from them as well, or why we can't borrow their helicopters as well to help speed up this process. I think that if we're able to collaborate with all of our neighboring states as well, because some parts of Northern Nevada are closer to other states, then we will be able to evacuate individuals as quickly as possible and also provide them the food that they need and the shelter that they need. I know that it can be a bit of a logistical problem to set this up. However, I think it's the best solution at hand. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Chief of Staff Maffey.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I just wanted to clarify some things for for Mayor Kashup and everybody. When the food situation is not as dire in the north, because there are clarifying there are nearby urban, semi-urban townships areas that can support people for a temporary amount of time, as stated before. So I don't think that could be as much of an issue, as well as the charities. For a rescue operation, I don't see much use for them in the rescue operation itself. However, the charities after the fact, getting them off the helicopters, getting them food, water, blankets, shelter, absolutely. That sounds like a great idea. On the point of the states, I believe that that's not a suggestion. States help. I don't think that's a suggestion. I think that is a mandate. Without their help, I think these people will not get out of there fast enough. I mean, this is life or death here. Having said that, all those points could be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Secretary of State, Park.
I would like to suggest that when we do rescue operations through helicopter, it would be very important to collaborate with local organizations, because not only would the citizens trust them more, I think they would also have the most like real time on the ground knowledge of the situation in certain parts of the towns and cities. For example, these sorts of organizations would likely have much more up-to-date information on like which buildings are close to crumbling and collapsing, or which people are running the lowest on food. And with that being said, I think we should take a vote soon on whether we would like to transport the citizens within the state or out of the state. And once we decide on that, we can nail down more specifics of our planned rescue operations. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, yes. Mayor Sharp.
Mayor Sharp, earlier our special advisor did bring up the political problems that could be brought up by trying to evacuate people, but we also talked about earlier about using the National Guard to help us evacuate people out of the state. So even if they don't trust their local governments, they will probably trust the national government and our organizations within it. So the National Guard would probably be trusted in this instance and make evacuation easy.
Yes, I do agree with that. Correction, Governor Stadler. Yeah, I do agree with that, Mayor Sharp. And it's not like our face is on the public is on the front of the public with the National Guard saving them. It's really just the National Guard is saving them, not Governor Stadler and all the mayor affiliates. Yes, Mayor Okawa.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. So I'd like to say I completely agree with Mayor Sharp's point, as well as Chief of Staff Maffey's point about the supplies and using local organizations for at least the aftermath. But I'd like to say that we've completely disregarded Special Advisor Hamilton's point about how the citizens wouldn't trust us. Historically, throughout, it's been shown that once the citizens lose their trust in their government, they attempt to overthrow it all the time. This has been seen through U.S. history, Asian history, and any type of political organization history. And I'd like to say that all of these problems that come from the distrust in the government that the citizens have all root from the live core AI business. So, and I don't see why we can't handle two solutions at one time. So I propose that while we are doing all of this in Northern Nevada, I believe that we should hold an investigation on LifeCorp and their malicious intent on bringing specific political campaigns down, because as we've seen through Crisis 1 and our other crises, there has been deepfake videos that have been spread around about each mayor, and also throughout in the third page of our crisis plan, it's pretty evident that the CEO did use an AI deepfake of himself speaking. So I think we can see a correlation from the CEO using LifeCorp and AI as a means of bringing us all down. So I believe that there should be an investigation on LifeCorp while we're still helping Northern Nevada.
So I want to address the topics you brought up. First off, the National Guard. You acknowledged Mayor Sharp's statement, but then at the same time, yeah, you get what I'm. Yeah, okay. And then the next part, I do believe, yes, the politics with regarding Mayor or Mr. What is his name? Humdinger, is very vital to the success of our party. But I do believe the lives of the people are supersede the lives or the success of our party. So I do want to focus more on basically ensuring the lives of the people within these towns are saved before ensuring the success of this party. Yes, Secretary of State Park.
Yes, so to Mr. Ogawa's point, yes, the people do distrust us at this time. However, I don't think the citizens will be more concerned with overthrowing the government rather than taking aid. And I think that if like we're trying to save them and we're bringing them food, they're gonna just see that and take it rather than thinking like it's all some big plot and try to overthrow us. So yes, I do acknowledge that there's a lot of mistrust within the citizens. However, I don't think that's gonna be a huge problem with the rescue operation like this. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, yes. Mayor Jaden. Correction, Mayor Dewey.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I would like to talk about, as we are currently addressing these problems right now, we should also talk about what the future lies ahead. So for rural areas, specifically Northern Nevada, obviously, FEMA Public Assistance provides grants to states to cover infrastructure, remove debris, and protect measures. So that's something we could utilize after we fix the situation. The USDA, Rural Development Disaster Assistance, to help rebuilding for homeowners, business, and rural communities. We can rebuild cities. This can also rebuild trust among the cities. This is just like a note to have for after we solve a good chunk of problems. And to kind of talk about what Mayor Wagala had was, because we do have that cybersecurity breach, we can utilize the program CIGA, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, to address the while the investigation is going on, to work on the breach and security from like the AI, the data centers and whatnot. That'd be a very good thing to, I think, use. Thank you.
Governor Stadler. Yes, I do agree with those organizations do sound vital to not necessarily the immediate problem, which is the lives of the people, but improving our image to the public after the fact, as in the party, basically demonstrating that we are assisting these people. We are the party that's helping them rebuild and reconstruct these disasters after these disasters. I've written on my paper as well, like basically an order of importance to us addressing the lives of the people in the northern Nevada due to the weather. Then second, the lives of people in southern Nevada due to the weather, and also the energy crisis is also a part of that. And third is the actual political standing and approval of the people, because I believe the people's lives should be going first over the actual party success. Yes, Mayor Kiashap.
Thank you, Ms. Governor. I have quite a few things to say. One, regarding our popularity. The letter has made it pretty clear that that's in the gutter by this point, and I have a feeling that caring about popularity by now is kind of a waste of time and resources. Instead, I believe our popularity will naturally increase as we implement our solutions, and I think trying to focus exactly on our polling numbers right now is probably not the best idea. Second, I believe someone mentioned an investigation of LiveCorp, and while I do completely agree that on the state and federal level we should do investigations, I have a feeling that that might take too long, and considering the urgency of the situation, that might not be the best solution. Currently, we have a limited time in order to solve this and actually protect our constituents, and so I fear that an investigation into every little thing is going to take too much time. I believe that shutting off forgive me for constantly bringing this up, but I do believe it is our best course of action. Shutting off the energy to these AI data centers is probably our best method in order to regain public trust and to reduce the harm that Mr. Humdinger is causing us. Plus, it has made it very clear that he is using at least some form of AI in order to promote himself. I have a feeling that he may not even be real. This might seem a bit extreme, but considering his only appearance has been mentioned in as in AI videos he has produced, there might be something else going on that we may want to look into. I believe that shutting off these data centers is probably the first and only thing that we can do that will probably make the biggest impact. So, thank you.
So I want to basically this is basically a state of emergency, and every moment that passes is more danger to the people in this scenario. And so I would like to just take the last raised hands and then come to a vote whether we should use the Air National Guard, flood boats, and ground transportation within state or out of state, and go further into that. Okay, so I'll take these last few raised hands, and then I want to address that. So yes, Mayor Manivanan.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I also agree that we should take a vote after this. I just want to mention how this may be a little bit controversial. However, I think that it's not completely out of our cards to play, that we can strike kind of a deal or a collaboration between us and Mr. Humdinger, because we all kind of at the end of the day, we want to all save the Nevada citizens. So if we're able to garner support or have Mr. Humdinger have put out a press release or something of that manner for us, for citizens to evacuate using these manners, I think it may be able to help us garner support first before we actually start evacuating individuals. Thank you.
I'll take these last three raised hands, and then I want to come to a vote. Yes, Mayor Kyashap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I am strongly against working with Mr. Humdinger because I fear that any amount of collaboration with him will end up with him taking all the credit and thus making himself look more popular. We're ruining our image in the eyes of the public, as it will make us look incompetent. Second, I believe someone mentioned, Mayor Ogawa, he mentioned the possibility of armed uprising. And while I do distrust Mr. Humdinger incredibly, I do not believe that it has reached that point yet. So far, all the methods that have been mentioned so far have been democratic and entirely legal. And as such, I do not think that an armed insurrection is currently being fomented. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, yes. Special Advisor Hamilton.
I agree with the motion from Mayor Manivanan that we should ally with Mayor Humdinger. Or, sorry, not Mayor Humdinger, Mr. Humdinger. My reasoning for this is that will crucially provide that the citizens would now trust the operation for us and Mr. Humdinger to evacuate them. Next, regarding the fact that this would decrease our popularity by Mayor Kashap, I don't care about decreasing popularity. Would you rather save 100 citizens' lives or save your own position? I think that's a stance that needs to be taken. And if you care more about your position than 100 citizens' lives, why are you sitting in this room right now?
Governor Stadler, yes, I understand that we have other problems to address, but I want to take this last hand and then come to a vote. But on the topic of what you said, I do believe that the people's lives are the most important, but that does not mean we also disregard our own continuation and doing, and also on the collaboration of Humdinger. I do want to agree with Mayor Kyashap. I don't even know if he's real. Like, I'm looking at around Henry Humdinger, the billionaire playboy entrepreneur, as a figurehead. It doesn't really say anything about him being real. Could this just be a front for LiveCore? I know, I understand it sounds like a conspiracy. That's something I'm also interested in, but I'm going to let, Chief of Staff Maffey speak now.
Okay, I appreciate everybody's input on many different issues. I think that's all great. I want to remind everyone that we can take multiple courses of action at the same time once we adjourn this meeting. So the first one that I'd like to get out of the way is the problem in the north, heavy flooding and rain that is endangering people's lives. So I'd like to come to a vote on whether we use the National Guard and other methods to airlift people out of these rainy areas to safe urban zones nearby that have support for them, and get them support from charities and other organizations to help the people, and then send in FEMA and other support organizations after the fact to help clean up. Can we come to a vote on that now, please?
Governor Stadler, I would like a raise of hands. Also, I'd like to clarify before. When he says National Air Guard, he's also referring to flood boats and other modes of transportation as well. And I do not see why we cannot transport within state and out of state at the same time. Just whatever's the most efficient for each city, the closest safe zone for each of them to transport to increase efficiency and transport as many people out of as a time. All those who approve, please raise your hand. All those who, please lower your hand. All those who, all those who oppose, please raise your hand. All those who abstain, please raise your hand. Ayes have it. So the first executive order, once this committee is adjourned, will be to release National Guard, Air Guard, ground transport, and boats once the flooding gets bad enough to transport citizens outside of towns to the nearest safe zone, whether that's within state and out of state, and also requesting other states to assist us with this evacuation. All right, I'm glad that that executive order is now addressed. So I believe that does address basically the safety and evacuation of northern Nevadan citizens. If we want to continue on that, I will take questions though. Mayor Jaden?
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Mr. Governor. What I think should be addressed next is the AI scandal we are currently having, because it is said that thanks to his company's data center in the cities, he has a trove of information he can use to appeal to the state's citizens, no matter their political affiliation. If we try anything from here on, if we don't address this first, it could ruin any type of, it could remove any trust that we have. So I think this is an important thing to address. This can be done with either executive order, through delegating the powers to other places where we need it, in any type of way, anything that we brainstorm. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor correction. Thank you, Mayor Dewart. Mayor Sharp?
Mayor Sharp, I want to address the idea of allying and partnering with Mr. Humdinger. I personally say it's a really bad idea. If we look at it right now, all of our political problems are from LiveCorp and Mr. Humdinger. If we remember the original protests these were dealing with, it was at LiveCorp, and he's found a way to turn that around towards the local governments. So we really need to look at what might happen if we try to ally with him. It'd probably be seen as us conceding and giving him our state's power.
Yes, I do agree with you, Mayor. Governor Stadler. Yes, I do agree with you, Mayor Sharp. Another thing too is I think we can all agree, whoever this Mr. Humdinger person is and LiveCorp, they are obviously not in the favor of the people, their values, and I feel like eventually the people of Nevada would eventually acknowledge that, and associating ourselves with them would maybe, if it would be a temporary solution now, would present a problem in the future of endangering our positive view from the public. Yes, Mayor Kiashap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I would please forgive me for this, but I would like to clarify my abstain vote from earlier. I voted abstain simply because I'm not in favor of having evacuees stay in the state, as it will place a burden on us, and I believe sending them out of state is the best idea. Regardless, that vote has passed, and I will move on. For the AI data centers, I believe that it is incredibly bad that we continue to supply them with energy, especially considering what Humdinger is saying about us and what he's threatening he will do. As such, I believe that we should divert the energy being sent to these data centers and focus them on returning power to especially the south. Due to the heat wave, we need to make sure that our citizens have air conditioning and the ability to stay cool in these temperatures. And I believe that is something that we need to urgently do. I would also like to point out that Humdinger has some very extreme policies. According to the letter, it says, with Engby's own controversial bodyguards, as the committee said, the group's main initiative is to preempt future protests and prevent further damage to the state of Nevada. This reminds me of a movie I saw one time, Minority Report. And this does not leave me with a good feeling. I do fear that this is going to be a massive violation of civil liberties. And as such, Humdinger should not be trusted at any level with any power. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, thank you, Mayor Kiashap. Yes, I do agree with the decreasing energy from the data centers and diverting them down to the southern rural towns, because I believe that is the next major issue, is the lives and the safety of the southern rural residents, because due to their low food and low time. Yes, Mayor Manivanan.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I would just like to start off by saying how even though Mr. Mr. Humdinger has the very large potential to be completely AI generated, I don't entirely see how that's like relevant. Whether he's a real person or someone who is AI generated, as long as we're able to kind of have him do a press release and garner some support for us, that will be able to make sure that all of our evacuation efforts is going to go a lot cleaner. And as to the points where if we collaborate with Mr. Humdinger, that might ruin our stances in the future, I don't believe that this is particularly too much of a problem, because right now it's even very clear to us that Mr. Humdinger is not a real person. I believe that if we're able to simply just prove this in the future and then make some press releases about it, we'll be able to gain trust back in the future after collaborating with them for the moment right now in order to evacuate everyone very quickly and safely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Manivanan. So I do want to address Mr. Humdinger's ability to basically convince a large majority of the public through AI deepfakes and other media sources with his data centers to basically sway nearly the entire public on our negativity and convince the public to support the previous governor, who had his bodyguards beat 7 protesters and send 1 to the ICU. So obviously his ability to influence the public is very great, and trying to associate ourselves with him now and trying to leave him later once this problem is addressed would be very, very difficult. He has a large sphere of influence. Yes, Chief of Staff Maffey.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Governor. I just want to let it be known I have a list here of all of the specific problems that we need to address here today. I'll list them in order as read. In southern Nevada, we have massive heat wave peaking at 120 degrees. In northern Nevada, as already addressed, we had heavy rain. Then we have data centers taking too much power, and rural places having no power. Flooding has, okay, this one is moot because we already discussed it. Ranchers and the whole ranching industry in Nevada want the governor impeached. So therefore the ranching industry as a whole is being suspended right now. There are protests going on in all of the cities against the governor, rallying behind Mr. Humdinger. Chick-fil-A is endorsing us. It's very important. And there was a failed de-escalation attempt with enforcement in Marty. There was a third-party group called the Committee of Good Governance, which is just a group of businessmen and politicians who are seeking to impeach you again, also rallying behind Mr. Humdinger. Former Governor Engby has aligned himself with Mr. Humdinger and is spreading his influence throughout the state as former governor with Mr. Humdinger as his ticket mate. And then the Live Core broadcast ad that was displayed. Now, I do think that most of those at the end relating to Mr. Humdinger and political problems can be solved with like 4 birds, 1 stone. We need to find that solution. It's going to relate to Mr. Humdinger somehow. So I'd like to take a view on that. However, in listing of priority, I do believe that we have taken the first immediate steps, which are the lives in most immediate danger. Now I would like to move on to the data centers taking too much power and the general power crisis in rural Nevada, because now they are next on the clock. And then after that, I would like to move to Southern Nevada peaking at 120, because that would be taking up a lot of energy in itself. And then we can move to politics after such. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, I do believe addressing the power usage of data centers will also knock out the AC and refrigeration in rural towns. So that's our two birds with one stone kind of policy. Secretary of State Park.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I agree with both Governor Stadler and Mr. Maffey about addressing the data centers, and I would like to reiterate my stance on whether we collaborate or not with Mr. Humdinger. To address Mayor Moneyvunen's point that it would not necessarily be a bad thing that he's not real, I think if it turns out he is not real and we did collaborate with him, then it would actually look worse later down the road, because that would show the people that we were basically willing to talk with AI generated figurine in order to get their support, and I think that could backfire. So I would like to take a hardline stance on not collaborating with Mr. Humdinger, and I think we should address data center energy usage next. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary of State Park. I do agree on the standing with Mr. Humdinger. I would also believe that if we collaborated with him and the public found out that we were collaborating with an AI, some of them might think that we were not intelligent enough to determine that he was an AI, and that they would not support us later down the road. I would actually like to raise a vote from avoiding the association with Mr. Humdinger through this entire crisis. Please raise your hand if you support.
Avoiding Mr. Humdinger.
Actually, I abstain, or I remove this vote. I would like to talk about it a little bit more. Yes, Special Advisor Hamilton.
Special Advisor Hamilton. I would still like to address that even though we addressed the problem in Northern Nevada with the flooding and evacuating the citizens in-state and out-of-state to the nearest safe zone, people in rural cities have no power. If you have no power, even if their lives are still at stake in the coming days. Same with Southern Nevada. Their food is spoiling because they also don't have power. I believe that the best course of action right now would be to take away the power or redistribute power from the data center to our cities. Along with that, I do believe that if right now Mr. Humdinger has a large lead on us, Mr. Humdinger has a lot more popularity than us. I believe if you can't beat them, join them, but not join them in the way of collaborating with them. Join them in the way of, if he's making AI deepfake videos, why can't we? Why can't we make an AI deepfake video of him, let's say, supporting us, of him supporting the, let's say, the decrease of power or the redistribution of power from his data centers to our cities?
I do believe in the honesty of this party to the public, because everything is revealed eventually. And I would not like later down the road this party to be known as the party that collaborated with an AI to make AI deepfakes to the public to make them believe us. That just saying that sentence out loud kind of just sounds crazy. But I do believe Envy Energy is a very important collaborator with redistributing the power. And I do believe removing power from all Humdinger-owned data centers would, allow for internet within Nevada to still, run smoothly. It doesn't address how many data centers Humdinger owns specifically, but I do believe we would still be able to communicate over the internet throughout the Nevada, even by completely removing power from his data centers and redirecting them to rural towns. Yes, Mayor Dewart.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. May I request I don't know if this is possible, but may I request a 5, maybe 10-minute recess so the mayors can discuss with each other
Governor Stadler. Yes, I don't see why not. All those in favor of having a 5-minute recess, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those who oppose say nay. All those who abstain say aye. All right. Ayes have it. We will now have a 5-minute recess. The mayors may collaborate.
I like the idea of energy. I would also like to keep into the when trust is built again, or in some manner, it's dealt with enough to where we can address the public, because addressing the public is still like something we need to do. We can't forget about our citizens, because even when we had city crises, that was something we were doing. And yeah, executive orders and proclamations, anything to make sure this never happens again. That'd be a thing to note. Thank you.
All right, Governor Stadler. So the first topic at hand is the heat wave and the energy crisis down south in rural towns. I believe the best way to do this would to remove the energy supplying data centers, at least supported by Humdinger. That kind of removes some of his political influence, while also being able to divert that data center power over to rural towns, while also keeping other data centers open to allow for internet and communication across long distances. Yes, Mayor. Mayor Kashap.
Thank you, Governor. I do completely agree with taking away power from Mayor Humdinger's data centers. However, I am a bit concerned about sending it to rural communities. I'm well aware that rural communities are suffering, and we need to address that suffering. However, they do have a bit of supply remaining, and I think our main focus should be on protecting the larger cities, at least for now. I think our main goal should be to restore air conditioning due to the heat wave. Then, once we have enough time, we should then start getting power back to the rural communities. I absolutely do support our rural communities. I just think we need to prioritize the larger cities first, as that's where the majority of people are. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, it says specifically in the letter that only rural communities are having electricity problems. Larger cities like Las Vegas and other southern cities like that still do have power. So it says, while Howard and Anderson in the south are continuing to suffer through heat waves, that's the northern cities, rain. That's about the floods. Here, let me read this part out. The towns are beginning to conserve and pull together their remaining food stocks and use what resources they have to preserve them as best they can. This brought you and your committee just enough time to plan your next actions and send emergency rations to the town. So first off, about your address saying that we can kind of push them off, they have barely enough food to even allow this committee to get an action in place. Not only do we have to supply them with power to preserve the food they have left, we have to transport them new food because most of it is spoiled. The situation is becoming dire. If this energy crisis continues, I fear the people of rural Nevada may soon face famine conditions and won't have enough food to survive. Yes, Mayor Okawa.
So first off, just to clarify, just to make sure, we're going over the Southern Nevada problems, correct? Yes. All right. So, I'd like to say first, the problems that are happening in Southern Nevada are also concerning the food supply. So I was wondering what was happening with this transportation of emergency food supplies from Northern Nevada to Southern Nevada, because that was stated earlier in the crisis, and I was just wondering what happened to that and what we would do to that, about that transportation of rations and emergency supplies.
Governor Stadler, yes. Mayor Manivanan.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. As for Mayor Ogawa's point on getting food for all of our citizens, I believe that instead of trying to transport food from northern Nevada to southern Nevada, that is a very long and strenuous journey compared to, again, utilizing our nearby states. That is a much shorter journey to southern Nevada. And we know that they aren't going through any crises right now, and that it'll be very easy for them to help us out, especially because in southern Nevada there aren't any transportation problems such as flooding. And then onto the point about energy in rural communities, I too believe that we should shut down the AI data center, at least temporarily, until the state of Nevada is able to build energy infrastructure that can accommodate such a data center. And so for this, I think that we should take a vote soon on whether or not we should shut down this AI data center, and then whether or not that shutdown should be permanent or temporary. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, I do like the address there. I believe the power to rural towns should be the most important because that allows them to refrigerate and preserve the food they still have stored. So that way we can later figure out transportation of food to resupply them and also get them return air conditioning back to them to get them out of the heat wave as well. And when you say data centers, I also want to confirm, do you mean data centers in general or Mr. Hungbinger's data center specifically? Mr. Manivanan?
Yeah, so just for clarification on that, I only mean the new data center that has been built, because at least to my knowledge, it is solely an AI data center, meaning that it won't necessarily impact our citizens unless they are like heavily utilizing AI. On the contrary, to Chief of Staff Maffey's point a little while ago, I don't think that shutting down this AI data center is going to impact like internet or communications with nearby like counties, or not countries, or states. I think that because we're only going to be shutting down the AI data center, that's going to help. We're going to still have the other data centers, so it's not going to pose as a problem for our citizens, in my opinion. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, yeah, I do agree with that. I would like to address, just so we're all on the same page here, we would like to remove power from Mr. Hungbinger's, I hope I'm saying that right, data center, to move power from supplying his data center to rural communities in southern Nevada to get them out of the heat wave, so restore air conditioning to them, and to return refrigeration so they can preserve their food. Yes, Mayor Janin?
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I would also like to talk about how we can still have assistance from other states, correct me if I'm wrong, does Texas border us?
Texas does not border us.
Any states that border the South then would definitely bring assistance if what we were saying about shutting down the AI data centers so we can delegate power to other cities, then if that does not work out, we could also still get backup generators from other states. That would be, I think that would work, especially if we target only towards the South. Thank you.
If there's nothing left to say, I would like to propose a vote. Yes, Mayor Okawa.
So first, I'd like to say I completely agree with taking down LiveCore or the Mr. Humdinger's AI databases, and I also like to point out that LiveCore isn't doing this for the good. It's literally in their name. You can switch it around and it will spell evil. They're doing all of this in the name of evil.
Governor Stadler, can we refer to LiveCore as Evil Core from now on during this committee, please? Thank you. I would like to propose a vote as well to remove power from Mr. Hungbinger's AI data center and redistribute it to rather rural southern Nevada towns. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those who oppose, say nay. All those who abstain, say oi. All right. Ayes have it. We will now, could you write this down, please?
Yes.
We will now remove power from Mr. Hungbinger's AI data center and redistribute it to southern rural Nevada towns to restore refrigeration and air conditioning to their town. Yes, Mayor Kiashap.
I don't think it's specifically. First, thank you. Second, I don't believe it's specifically just southern rural towns. I believe it's just rural towns all over Nevada. I don't think it's specifically south. I think they're all over.
No, it does say in the letter. Correction, Governor Stadler. It does say in the letter. It's specifically southern rural towns that are affected by the heat wave, because northern rural towns like J-Town, Marty, and Brush are being flooded right now, while the southern rural towns like Howard and Anderson are in a heat wave. Yes, Mayor Kyashap.
Thank you. Yeah, I recognize you're right, and I do retract my statement. Thank you.
Governor Stadler. Yes, Mayor Manivanan.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. If it's okay with you, I would like to propose a vote on whether or not we keep the shutdown on the AI data center permanent or temporary.
Governor Stadler. Yes, Mayor Sharp.
I don't think we should use any language like permanently delete it or anything, but we can have it turned off for an indefinite amount of time until we find either evidence that it is to be trusted, can be supported without ruining our country's power grid, not our country's, our state's power grid, or that they have found an alternative that makes it a lot cheaper on the power system.
Governor Stadler. All those in favor of Mayor Sharp's amendment to that executive order, please say aye.
Aye.
All those who oppose say nay. All those who abstain say aye. Ayes have it. The removal of power from Mr. Hungbier's AI data center and redistribution of that power to rural southern Nevada towns will be indefinite until until an investigation is concluded on whether or not it's legal. Yes, Mayor Janin, or correction, Mayor Dewart.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I would like to address something that I heard that was talked about among the mayors during the recess, that a court session with Humdinger to see if he's real.
Mayor Dewart, can we please remain on topic of the Southern Nevada residents? We have figured out how to restore electricity to them, refrigeration and air conditioning, but I would still like to figure out a way to transport food further to ensure that they have enough a good supply. Special Advisor Hamilton.
Special Advisor Hamilton, I would request that Governor Stadler formally request FEMA help from the president. We have not done this yet so far in the session. I believe that is a key step, as that would allow the federal government to help our state.
Governor Stadler here, that was in the executive order we issued, and that would be after this committee. This committee is here to determine the course of action we would like to take, and I would take that. I would address the FEMA after this. Yes, Mayor Kyashap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I believe that the issue of getting supplies to the southern cities, especially considering after all the food has rotted, I believe that is deeply intertwined with the ranching issue, and I believe we need to address both at the same time. Thank you.
Yes, I do. I've came to the same conclusion as you, Mayor Kyashap. We have to come up with some sort of way to collaborate with ranchers. I believe that was put in this letter too, so that way we can have the food they the food they farm redistributed to those towns in the state of emergency. Yes, Secretary of State Park.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I agree with Mayor Kyash's statement, and I would like to propose a vote soon I would like to propose that we open an investigation into the killing of Mr. Knott, and this would be aimed at garnering support among the ranchers who are currently protesting. Thank you.
Governor Stadler. Yes, Mayor Kyashap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I am completely in favor of that. However, I do also believe we need to promise a set of reforms to the ranchers. I believe they deserve accountability for what happened, and we do need to make the investigation transparent, as well as other police practices transparent. Thank you.
Governor Stadler. Yes, Mayor Manivanan.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. On the point of the investigation, I believe that it's going to be very important that we do an investigation into the crime itself. And then furthermore, I think that we should put an investigation into the police department further, like later on, to ensure that the ethics of the police department are upheld correctly. From my understanding, the incident occurred with the chief of police, and so I think that if the chief of police were to be found guilty, then we should also go further and do an investigation on the police department. But I also wanted to mention, just for Southern Nevada, for the states that have an extreme heat crisis, in other states such as New York, the governor and mayor have implemented kind of like AC centers in a way. So these include like local malls, areas where individuals, if they don't have power or if it's like too expensive for them, then they may be able to go to these centers and then just stay very cooled, because they are going to be cooled regardless of whether or not individuals are there. And so if we're able to kind of communicate with citizens, we can lower our energy usage and help that. I think that would help redistribute the power to those who are in need and who lack energy totally. Thank you.
I think that's a good, Governor Stadler, I do think that's a good idea, Mayor Manivanan. And I don't see a problem with that. As it would just decrease the usage of power of the rural towns, just in case redistributing the power provided to the AI data center isn't enough for both southern rural city or towns, Howard and Anderson. All those in favor of designating what? Could you elaborate, Mayor Manivan, on that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Governor. I believe that we could call them like air conditioning centers or public like cooling areas.
All those in favor of Mayor Kiashap?
Thank you. Those are already present in Southern Nevada, at least from what I have seen. Those already exist.
Could you elaborate that, please?
Yeah, there are air conditioning centers around at least from what I've seen, there are air conditioning centers around Howard, and I believe that they exist also in other cities as well. So I believe we're just doing something that already exists, which is a bit redundant. Thank you.
Mayor Manivanan?
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Mayor Kashyap, I understand your concern. However, I think that just kind of putting out a public press release is going to aid in this problem. But then also not just Southern Nevada, if we could have these kinds of centers in rural cities as well, because these rural cities are already struggling with their energy usage. They're not able to power the entire town. If this is a big problem, then we can designate these kinds of AC centers in rural areas to ensure that the amount of energy is enough and is able to contribute to all of the citizens. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, so I did have Secretary of State Park fact check if AC centers do exist in southern rural towns in cases of extreme heat. They do, and so there is no need to designate cooling stations, as restoring power to the towns would already restore power to those AC cooling stations and allow for AC for the cooling of food and for cooling of people. Yes, Mayor Ogawa.
I'd just like to go back to Mayor Kashyap's point about the ranchers. I think that providing them with a tax incentive or even a government stimulus can help provide more public support from them, or even produce more food to help with the food shortage that we're having right now, and it could possibly help us in the future as well.
Thank you, Governor Stadler. Thank you, Mayor Ogawa. But I do believe the problem with the mayors isn't the giving them money incentives or providing them with a reason to start farming. They do continue to ranch, but they blame me for Skik Knock's death. And they have been funding judges to declare me guilty. And so that's why they have not been aiding in food distribution. So I do believe finding a way to give them that satisfaction of justice to provide, to basically provide them that incentive to continue ranching and aid in food distribution for the rural southern Nevada cities. Yes, Mayor Sharp.
For the food distribution problems, I believe we can reach out to Chick-fil-A. They are offering to sponsor us, and we could use them to provide food to the communities that need it, especially since they are a company that deals with fast food.
That is actually, Governor Stadler, that is a very good idea, Mayor Sharp. I hadn't even considered that yet. Thank you for bringing that up with us. Secretary of State Park.
Yeah, that is an excellent idea. And so I would like to propose two votes that Governor Stadler could conduct. The first one being that we agree to investigate the police department that is being accused of killing Mr. Knott. And the second one would be that we reach out to Chick-fil-A and have them aid in food distribution. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Manivanan.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I would just like to propose that in addition to Chick-fil-A, if Chick-fil-A has any corporate partners or if they have a parent company with other food companies, I think that we could also partner with them for food distribution, especially if some individuals are vegetarian and they don't eat chicken. We don't want them to just eat fries all day or drink the milkshakes.
Governor Sadler, I do understand that. I do think we should collaborate with Chick-fil-A's other associates as well that they work with. But I do believe as a temporary solution that these people are near famine, and so I do believe they will eat milkshakes, fries, and Chick-fil-A sandwiches, which are already good on them by themselves, because they are in a very dire situation. Yes, Mayor Jaden.
To the topic before about the investigation for stick knot, and which would be held in our county or our city, right? County. Yeah, that's just not possible because of the floods. I assume so, right? Unless I am missing something. Thank you.
Oh, also, Governor Stadler, Chick-fil-A does also offer vegetarian options for those who may need them as well if they cannot eat meat or if they have any food restrictions. So it will provide to all people. On the topic of what was it? Sorry, I forgot. Mayor Cash App.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Regarding Mr. Knott, I believe it would be ideal if the governor and the mayor of Bush City were to publicly apologize and meet with the family and friends of the deceased in order to grant them closure and to gain public sympathy. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, my issue with that would be basically an admission of guilt. Basically saying that yes, I'm at fault for that, even though it was the police department who should be investigated, not necessarily my fault. Even though yesterday I do acknowledge that it was the investigation. I am not in this scenario, I assume, but I am technically the chief of police for Brush City, but in this scenario, I do believe that that doesn't account. It's just the chief of police for whatever that county was. So technically, I'm not that person. Okay, I would like to clarify that, as well as just the investigation of the police department may offer the ranchers the satisfaction of giving them that justice. And so even if we don't have immediate support from them, we would have that eventually, and that immediate support could be from Chick-fil-A and Associates. Yes, Mayor Sharp.
Involving the court case of Skick Knot, I would like to mention that I was a juror in the original one. Most of the jurors were in agreement of originally making Skick Knot designated, his killer designated as guilty. But there was one member of the jury who was essentially bought off, opposing to the end. And we could use that in our campaigning to show that we did support the punishment to get our ranchers back on our side, and that the AI data centers basically lobbied a juror to not let that pass.
Governor Stadler, is there any evidence for that conclusion that that juror was bought off, or is that just a presumption?
He admitted that he believes he is guilty, but was still standing in opposition the whole time.
Governor Stadler, is there any specific evidence, though, that he was bought off?
We have no recordings of the meeting of the jurors.
Okay, so Governor Stadler, so I do believe that presumption is inconclusive, so I don't think we could use that against as support to provide the ranchers with justice. That would just kind of tangle up this already mess of a web of politics and crises within the state. Mayor Cashap.
A few things regarding that. One, I believe that admitting that a trial was conducted unfairly will completely damage what little public trust we have. Second off, regarding that he believed he was guilty but still voted him innocent, that is jury nullification, which I believe is not a crime. However, we can use that to try to get a retrial, considering we can say that the trial was spoiled. And third off, I believe regarding an apology, I believe that apology, I'm willing to compromise on that in just having the mayor of Brush City apologize and meet with the family as to not accuse the governor of any action. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, just to clarify, the mayor of Brush City is not responsible for this. The ranchers are specifically blaming me. They say many ranchers blame you, Mr. Governor, is a direct quote from this letter. I would also like to say that the chief of police for that county was responsible. So it was not the mayor of the whatever city was under that jurisdiction. So I believe an investigation into that police department would be sufficient to provide justice, a sense of justice for those ranchers. Yes, Special Advisor Hamilton.
Special Advisor Hamilton, I would like to request a vote on first launching an investigation into the police department, and then second, asking Chick-fil-A or giving Chick-fil-A tax cuts in order to incentivize them to help us and help the state of Nevada in the food crisis.
Before we seek that vote, I would like to address these two raised hands. Yes, Mayor Cashap.
Thank you. Regarding the special assistance claims, I don't know if the governor's office is allowed to simply give tax cuts like that. I'm sure we can ask the legislature to do that. I believe you do have the authority to ever ask them to provide immediate aid and food. And yes, I believe that. Thank you.
Mayor Cashap, could you repeat that one more time for my secretary?
My apologies. I don't believe the governor's office is authorized to offer tax cuts, although we can petition the legislature to do so. And I believe he just requests for food as to not complicate matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Cashap. Yes, Mayor Manivanan.
Yeah, I agree with Mayor Kashyap. I don't think that it's necessary to provide them tax cuts, especially given that we saved their location from burning down. So I think it's fair if we just ask them for food in response. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor Cashap, you are correct. I would need approval from the legislature to enact that. So I would like to ask for a vote. All in favor of requesting Chick-fil-A and their associates provide food relief for southern rural Nevada towns for just temporary relief with food provisions, and investigate the county police department that was responsible for the shooting of Skiknot. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those who oppose say nay. All those who abstain say oi. All right. Thank you. The ayes have it. We will now we will request that Chick-fil-A and associates will All right, so just Chick-fil-A. Any of the associates do not matter. I was just informed of that. Um, we would request that Chick-fil-A provides food provisions to the southern Nevada rural towns for a temporary amount of time, and we will investigate the county responsible for the shooting of, or the county police department, I should specify, of the shooting of Skicknot. Governor Stadler. All right, so that would be addressing. So we've already addressed. Actually, Chief of Staff Maffey, could you address what we have already brought up so far and what we still have to address? Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. I'd love to. So far, we have addressed the Southern Nevada heat wave problem with the energy fix, the Northern Nevada heavy rain with the National Guard airlift / boat lift / evacuation. Number 2, we have fixed the data center taking too much powers, the Humdinger problem, flooding, obviously, ranching we have fixed because we're going to investigate the Skipknot problem. So in turn, that will allow us to get food back to the Southern Nevada and grocery stores. We have provided and we have provided relief for the rural communities in completion, in my opinion. So I propose now that we move on to political matters in how to deal with Humdinger and the many parties and adverts and such. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, all those in favor of moving on to the topic of our political party and the interactions within Nevada, please say aye. Aye. All those who oppose say nay. All those who abstain say oi. Ayes have it. We will now move on to the topic of the political matters regarding Mr. Humdinger, the Good Party, and the Committee of State Security. Yes, Mayor Jaden. Correction, Mayor Dewart.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Hopefully this is on topic, but in the letter it says that people are beginning to speak out against your leadership, and if their concerns go unanswered, this may be the end of your campaign and your position as we know it. The people want to be concerned as much as we are seeing a lot of there's no one distrusts you, we can't tell if it's deep fakes. Physical addresses are possible, and I know there is discord among the state because of the alleged murder, but physical addresses would probably prove to be good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Dewart. Governor Stadler. Yes, that is on topic. That regards the basically public approval, things like that do also tie into the politics of this entire situation. Mayor Kiasha.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Over the recess, me and the other mayors did devise a plan in order to capture Mr. Humdinger. Right. Allow me to explain. So we have agreed to shut off the power to AI data centers, and what we devised is that we will enter.
Mayor Kiasha, when you say AI data centers, you just mean Mr. Humdinger's AI data centers, or in general?
I believe the resolution applied only to the ones owned by Evil Corp and Mr. Humdinger.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes. So the plan was that we were to enter negotiations with Humdinger. We would invite him to personally meet with us. While this was occurring, we are to issue a arrest warrant for him due to gross negligence, as at Crisis 3 mentioned that an incident at his data center caused the massive wildfire that happened earlier. And as such, the main goal is to arrest him on that in order to prevent him from causing further issues to our political scene.
Thank you, Mayor Kiasha. A few issues I see with this is actually one that you suggested earlier. What if Mr. Humdinger isn't real? What if he is an AI persona, basically? And in that case, he could suggest maybe a meeting over, I don't know, Zoom or a digital meeting. is what I'm trying to say. There are ways he could snake his way around this and avoid it. So that would be a problem to address. And even then, obviously Mr. Humdinger is not an idiot. Um, he can probably see through that, and he has the approval of lots of people. And so it would have to be very, very loyal people to our party in order to have them arrest and have nobody leak this information. I do think that idea is good, but it's just a lot of planning and having and a lot of trust in people who might not have our best values in mind. That would just be my biggest issue with that plan. Yes, actually, Secretary of State Park.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. So I would just like to quickly bring up two things. Number one is that I'm hesitant to suggest arresting Mr. Humdinger. I think this could easily be misinterpreted as us just trying to suppress our political opponents. Instead, what I think would be more effective is passing a law that deepfakes, especially relating to political manners, we're not going to ban them, but I think these sorts of deepfakes must clearly be they must clearly be indicated that they are in fact deepfakes. And we already have seen similar laws with platforms like YouTube and Instagram, where these platforms require any AI generated content to clearly be labeled as AI generated content. So I think passing a law specifically for deepfakes related to political manners would be very beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary of State Park. Governor Stadler, I do believe that law would be good, but its effectiveness is questionable because if these people are believing these deepfakes in the first place, obviously they're at a high enough quality of AI deepfakes to be believed by the public. And if so, how would we prove that these are AI deepfakes in the first place? It would just be our word versus that video. And obviously, people would probably, well, not obviously, I feel like a portion of the population would believe a video over an address. So I do think that would be optimal, but I don't know if it's realistic as to proving if a video is an AI deepfake or not. Special Advisor Hamilton.
Special Advisor Hamilton. My one thing that I would suggest, instead of, let's say, using law to like either ban deepfakes or, in Mr. Humdinger's words, suppress him, what if you invite Mr. Humdinger to a debate?
Governor Stadler, I was about to address the fact that he has an AI data center with a whole bunch of information, but we shut that down. So I don't see too much of an issue with that debate, actually. But the thing is, that would basically put all our marbles in one basket. This debate would basically decide our entire party's success. And if they come up with some sort of curveball or something we can't answer, then it's Jover. Mayor Dewart.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I would like to agree with Mayor Cashup on one of the things he addressed with the lawsuit and bring him to court, that Brush City has, during City Crisis 3, so this is as of most recent, and because it wasn't adjourned or whatever, we had a lawsuit against LiveCorp, and because he is the CEO, he will be representing.
Mayor Dewart, can we please refer to LiveCorp as Evil Corp?
Excuse me, Evil Corp. So Evil Corp can actually be taken to. Evil Corp is already being taken to court. So Brush City is doing that, and we can host it somewhere because obviously Brush City is under a crisis right now. That'll be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Dewart. Mayor Sharp.
I think one of the important things that we were discussing with the gross negligence case too was the fact that these explosions that caused wildfires happened at every city. like it was a occurrence that happened throughout the state and not just in one case, which shows basically he was wanting to cause a problem. He was wanting bad press for the cities, which I think we could also use to defame Mr. Humdinger with Evil Corp. Plus, the gross negligence case would require his in person attendance because we would be trying him specifically as CEO, while in other cases, we would be going against basically Evil Corp and they could have a representative attorney sent in.
Governor Stadler, I do think that's a good idea, Mayor Sharp. There are a few things, though, like I said earlier, with trying to arrest, like Secretary of State Parks said about arresting him, that might make us seem to the public like we are more of a dictatorship and just trying to remove any sort of opposition for this party. The other thing, too, is putting our eggs in one basket. If we lose, somehow they have an amazing attorney somehow, and obviously I would hope this judge and jury would be fair and equal. That we would lose that case and basically secede our political power, as most of the public would just view us as they view us now, but it would just be permanent. Mayor Kiashap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I would like to address a few things, mainly pertaining to the law. I believe it would be ideal to initiate lawsuits, although not against Mr. Humdinger himself. I believe it would be much better if we were to launch and endorse civil cases against Evil Corp for the damage that they caused during the wildfire. During our crisis, we were forced to evacuate several residents, and so I believe we could encourage those residents to sue Evil Corp for property damage. As well, the governor's office could motion the attorney general to levy charges and bring Evil Corp to trial for any other interactions and the overall wildfire. I believe that we can use this to drain Evil Corp of their finances, which will seriously hamper Mr. Humdinger's efforts. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, thank you, Mayor Kiashap. I do think that separates Mr. Humdinger from the actual party. I do like that idea of trying a civil court case against the actual evil corporation. That would separate him from his company, so we're not technically addressing him directly as a political leader, but just the company that supports him. Yes, Mayor Okawa.
Yeah, so I completely thank you, Mr. Governor. So I completely agree with Mayor Kashap on holding a case on and putting them into court. But I also believe that we can hold an investigation regarding Evil Corp. With all the deepfake videos being posted online, it's always really easy to trace digital footprint, especially from the government. So we can trace back. It could be possible to trace back specific digital footprints of accounts that post these deepfakes and possibly find evidence that correlates these accounts to Evil Corp or even Humdinger. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, thank you, Mayor Okawa, Mayor Manivanan.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I would just like, this one's going to be really quick because it's not on the topic of Mr. Humdinger, but it's still on the topic of politics. I know that protesters are currently a problem for us as well, and in Crisis 3, J-Town resolved this problem by designating certain areas as protest areas where these protesters can kind of collaborate and get together and protest peacefully instead of protesting in the middle of streets where emergency vehicles might need to go, or instead of protesting in front of these construction zones or protesting in front of Evil Corp. This will just make it a lot easier for the city to handle their operations, especially during this crisis.
Governor Stadler, thank you, Mayor Manivanan. So the problem I have with that is that the whole point of these protesters is they're trying to go against their government. They're trying to not necessarily like supersede us or go against, or they're just trying to bring up values and go against us. I feel like designating as a government, designating a spot where they can protest gives him more of an incentive to specifically not protest in that area, because the whole point of them protesting is they're just trying to push against the government, and if the government tells them you have to protest here, they're going to do everything they can to not protest there. Is my thought process. Mayor Manivanan.
Yeah, I completely understand your concerns with holding like certain protest areas. However, I think that wait, sorry, yeah, I lost my train of thought. I'll come back to it later. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, that's not a problem. We will return to you. Chief of Staff Maffey.
I've been doing some research while sitting over here, and there is a type of summons called a legislative subpoena that allows state legislature to summon if they are conducting an investigation or are proposing a bill that can affect a certain party. So through that, we have passed these bills that affect Mr. Humdinger. We can officially, through then, summon him, and that's one way we could check his presence. And if we were to check his presence and he actually does not exist, that would take out literally the rest of our problems on this list, and we can go to dinner early. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Stadler. Thank you, Chief of Staff Maffey. Secretary of State Park.
I would like to address two things real quickly. The first thing is that I would caution against passing any sort of law to designate protest areas, just because this could very easily be against the First Amendment, like right to gather and protest. I'm sorry, I don't know the exact wording. And another point I would like to bring up is that, or actually, no, sorry, that was all I had to say. Thank you.
Governor Stadler. Mayor Sharp.
Part of Evil Corp's like political prowess right now is because of the Committee of Good Governance, and specifically our former Governor Engby supporting them. The reason he supported them was because of basically a statement that we're not properly allowing them to express their free will. And by designating protest like areas, that's kind of proving his point there. We need to rather instead basically make statements of how we like support people's free wills, freedom of decision, and how we aren't trying to restrict anybody in any way, but keep them safe to try to get the previous governor's support back, in my opinion.
Governor Stadler. Thank you, Mayor Sharp. Mayor Kiashop.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Regarding Mr. Maffey's words, I do completely agree. By proving that he does not exist, it would lend us a huge amount of political leverage, and it would probably destroy his entire campaign, considering, well, he's an AI. Second, he may already be down, considering that we just restricted power to all of his AI data centers. However, we can't prove that for certain, as he may have other data centers in other states, so we do need to be cautious. He may still be out there. Third, we can also start releasing adverts showing that his promises are very totalitarian. As I mentioned earlier, he plans to preempt future protests and prevent further damage to the state of Nevada. We can easily spin this at him trying to restrict civil liberties and personal freedoms. Also, he says Humdinger sees a future built around Evil Corp in every sip of citizens' lives. So we can easily frame that as him trying to have much more. Please forgive me. We can frame this as him attempting to establish authoritarian control over the citizens of Nevada, and we can frequently emphasize this in order to turn his own coalition against him. Also, another thing, which is incredibly controversial, is that we might be able to reach out to the former governor and see if he's willing to break with Humdinger. I personally dislike this. However, it is an option, and I do think we should consider it. Thank you.
Governor Stadler. Thank you, Mayor Kiashap. The two things I see issues in, obviously, the first one you did as well was the collaboration with previous former governor Enby. He is quite controversial. He's done lots of negative things, and also on the topic of CEO Humdinger potentially being an AI, is the fact that you said that it would obviously nobody would support him after that. There are many AI sympathizers who support those who would not be opposed to having an AI be a governor. So it's not safe to assume that every single person would be opposed to that. So even if we expose him as an AI, I don't know if that would assure our success as a party. Yes, Mayor Janin?
Thank you, Mr. Governor.
I think it is the best idea we have come up with so far, and I do thoroughly believe it would not be the majority who are AI sympathizers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Janin, or correction, Mayor Dewart, Governor Stadler, Secretary of State Park.
All this discussion is very good, but I would just suggest that for now we only keep a lot of our discussion to concern. I would like it so that we only talk about specifically what we want to do about Mr. Humdinger and how and whether we want to sue Evil Court. And I think we can address other political matters later because Humdinger is the main perpetrator of a lot of our political woes. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, thank you, Secretary of State Park. Another idea to basically dethrone CEO Humdinger's political influence is to try and campaign and basically revitalize the previous actions of previous Governor Engby, his abuse of protesters using his bodyguards, his corruption within the party with the the Nixon similar Watergate scandal. I forgot what it was what the scandal was called with no, I understand Watergate was Nixon's, but there was a different name for previous governor's Enby's scandal with Caesar's Palace. I forget what it was called though specifically, but we could say that remind people that CEO is associating with somebody who employed bodyguards to beat protesters and send one to the ICU, and also a whole entire money scandal with Caesar's Palace. Governor Manivanan.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Mayor Manivanan here. I would first like to thank everyone on the protest areas thing. I really appreciate your input on that, and I totally understand your point of view. And then also, I would just like to mention we've been doing a lot of conversation on how to prove that Mr. Humdinger isn't real. However, even if there's a slight chance that Mr. Humdinger is real, we still have to prepare for that. I think that if we put all of our eggs into one basket, that if we take Mr. Humdinger to court and he shows up, or if he doesn't show up, then yeah, that's a win for us. But if he does show up, then we have to think about what we're going to do moving forward with that. I think that's an important consideration to make moving forward. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, thank you, Mayor Manivanan. So I'm looking at the party crisis 2. I'm just looking for the name. I believe this should be this is on topic. No, this is correction. This money scandal with our previous governor MB was in party crisis 1. If you could bring that up, please. Mayor Sharp.
I feel like the best way that we can deal with our political problems, even if Humdinger is real or AI, is making basically a press statement of all of his beliefs, why they're wrong. Well, not why they're wrong, but why they restrict freedoms with the evidence of his own like statements that he has sent us, mentioning other things like the amount of problems the AI data centers have caused. We can give the information on how much power it takes, how many of the resources, basically keep everyone informed of the things that have happened, and also add proof of the deepfake videos. Like we can use a AI detector software to show the deepfake videos are indeed fake for the majority of people who believe they're real, and that those are stances we have actually taken politically.
Governor Stadler, thank you, Mayor Sharp, Secretary of State Park.
Yeah, I would just like to say a few things for myself and then address what Mayor Sharp said. So, I would like to suggest two specific courses of action against Mr. Humdinger and Evil Corp, which I think would be the most effective at taking them down. So, the first thing I would suggest is prosecuting Evil Corp for the data center that caused a wildfire. I think that is, that's just something we should do. Wildfire is a huge tragedy, and they should be held responsible for that. And the second thing I think would be helpful is, as Mayor Sharp suggested, it would be good to sort of publicly tell the people about what Mr. Humdinger's stances are on data centers are, and specifically on the third page, I believe it says that Humdinger he would like to build even more data centers, and this is obviously something not good as our power grid already struggles to support the ones we have. And finally, what I would like to say is I don't see how beneficial it would be to put so many resources into proving that these videos are deepfakes. I think our time would be better spent on simply just taking down Mr. Humdinger and Evil Court, and then the deepfakes themselves will naturally go away. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, thank you, Secretary of State Park. Special Advisor Hamilton.
Special Advisor Hamilton, I would completely agree with Secretary of State Park here. I believe that we should hold a press conference and just basically answer any questions that the public may have regarding Mr. Humdinger, why they believe that Mr. Humdinger is right, and we could debate those, or we could answer those questions. Also, what we could also engage in political advertisements that not defaming Mr. Humdinger, but we could show how our policies and how our policies would be more beneficial than his policies.
Governor Stadler, thank you, Special Advisor Hamilton. I do agree doing political ads would be good. The one thing I don't agree with is not defaming Mr. Humdinger, because the whole point of reducing his support, if we show that CEO Humdinger is supporting the previous governor who used bodyguards to beat protesters, just like they are protesters. I feel like they would connect with that. Also, another fact is that CEO Humdinger and previous governor Engby, he was related in that Caesar Palace scandal using, what was it, the Creep Association, Krieg Association to reelect him as governor. Those two things would kind of defamate Mr. Humdinger's name, or at the very least remove the association of CEO Humdinger with previous governor. Mayor Kashyap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I believe we're all in unanimous consent about having the Attorney General bring charges against Evil Corp for the damages that they caused, and I propose that we vote on that. Thank you.
Governor Stadler. Thank you, Mayor Kashiap. Mayor Sharp.
Our Secretary of State, Mr. Park, mentioned how he wasn't sure about putting resources into proving the deepfake video is wrong. But if you look at just the first paragraph of our state crisis, the third sentence, distrust in institutions, mainly driven by the spread of AI generated videos and deepfakes, has led many of your constituents to hesitate to receive your messages and remain calm during this time of crisis. Most of their distrust in us comes from the fact that they believe these AI deepfake videos. So if we can prove that the main cause of their distrust in us is false, it would restore a lot of the trust that we previously had.
Governor Stadler, thank you, Mayor Sharp. So far, the two major problems at hand, or at least things we could vote on to issue, is charging not Mr. Humdinger, but Evil Corp as the Attorney General, and also putting in effort to investigating these AI deepfake videos to prove that they are AI deepfakes. As you said, those were main to, can I see the paper real quick? Main to constituents to receive messages. So proving those were AI deepfakes, we would have a lot more support from other government officials, kind of rejuvenating our party a little bit more and getting that snowball rolling. Yes, Mayor Ogawa.
It's going back to a little bit about the protest and more about the freedom of speech, but I'd like to say we could host public city town halls to disprove Governor Engby's point about how our government doesn't allow for the expression of free will. It will help us allow to connect with citizens and allow them to voice their opinions out and voice their problems to us publicly, and we can possibly create better connections with the public through that.
Governor Stadler, thank you, Mayor Ogawa. Before we continue on the topic of the political standing relating to Mr. Humdinger and protesting, and on that topic, I would like to, I seek a motion to vote for a recess at 1 a.m. for lunch for 40 minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. All those who abstain say oi. Ayes have it. We will have lunch out for 10 minutes, or in 10 minutes for 40. We'll have a recess at 1 for 40 minutes. All right. Yes, Secretary of State Park.
Yeah, so I would like to initiate a vote on whether we would like to prosecute Evil Corp for the damage their data center caused for the wildfire. I think this is the most concrete and like straightforward case that we could pursue, and it would also generate support for us because nobody likes a wildfire. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, thank you, Secretary of State Park. There are a few people who like wildfires, like arsonists and stuff, but other than that, yes, most people do not like wildfires. I do agree with that, and I'd like to start a vote after hearing Mayor Sharp.
Yeah, I would just like to specify we do need to make sure we specify too that it's not just a wildfire, but several wildfires started all throughout the state at the same time, because I think that will help show that it could have been premeditated. Thank you.
I seek a vote. Please, all those in favor of not investigating, charging Evil Corp with starting multiple wildfires at the same time with the Attorney General, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. All those abstain say oi. Ayes have it. We will charge Evil Corp with the starting of wildfires, multiple wildfires at the same time. If the Secretary of State wants to elaborate further on that.
I would just caution for now that we maybe not say starting wildfires, and maybe just for now we use some wording like negligence or involved with. I don't think we yet have enough proof to definitively say that they started the wildfires.
Governor Stadler, thank you, Secretary of State Park. Yes, I hope I just got the point across. I didn't mean that wording exactly. As long as you guys write like what you proposed as that charge to Evil Corp, that would be good. So, yeah. Mayor Kashyap.
A few things. One, I thank all of us for coming to a clean resolution regarding regarding the court case. Two, I would like to apologize for my accidental vote of nay. I meant to vote oi. I did not mean to say nay. That is a slip. I apologize. It will not happen again. Second off, I believe we should now focus on how to prevent such things from happening in the future. I believe we should devise some policy or at least some directives on what we can do to ensure that a situation like this does not happen again. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, thank you, Mayor Kashyap. Chief of Staff Maffey.
Yes, I just wanted to propose a vote on whether or not we should start a new topic conversation in delegation, or whether we should move lunch up 5 minutes and just take an extra 5 minutes of lunch, please.
Governor Stadler, I would suggest that we at least start this topic, and then we can discuss this over lunch as well. Mayor Kashyap.
I do agree with Mr. Maffey. I believe, considering we only have 5 minutes left and we are about to start a completely new topic, I support moving, having lunch a little bit earlier due to this. As in, we just recessed simply 5 minutes earlier. Thank you.
Mayor Sharp.
Did we already vote on the motion to start proving the deepfake videos about us fake and putting out a press release that those are not our beliefs?
Governor Stadler, no, we have not. We are just, so far we have just started charging Evil Corp. Not the wording I'm going to use is not exact, but involved with the wildfires. Governor Stadler, Secretary of State, suggested that we vote on investigating the deepfakes to prove that they were deepfakes to support us. All those in favor of investigating the deepfakes proposed or pushed out by Mr. Humdinger, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. All those who abstain say oi. Ayes have it. We will investigate the AI deepfakes that Evil Corp and CEO Mr. Humdinger have proposed on the media. Thank you. All those in favor of starting recess 5 minutes earlier, please say aye. Aye. All those who oppose say nay. All those who abstain say oi. Ayes have it. We will now start recess 5 minutes earlier. Yeah. I'm adjourning recess. Please come back to your seats. Let's adjourn, guys. Maffey. Peter.
It probably detects our mics.
They have tech people that are working on it, so.
All right. So getting back on topic, I've already done it. You were late.
I'm late to the meeting.
Yeah. Yes. Correction. Special Advisor Hamilton.
Special Advisor Hamilton, I would like to request a vote on Mayor Ogala's proposal of having the mayors and the governor do town halls to increase public support.
All in favor of having public town halls, say aye.
Aye.
All those who oppose, say nay. Nay. All those who abstain, oi. Ayes have it. Each city will have public council meetings to address the public and they will have public council meetings. Governor Stadler, yes. Mayor Kashyap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I believe that we should start considering passing non-binding resolutions that motion the Senate and the Assembly to increase restrictions on AI data centers. We saw the damage that it can do, both economically, both socially, both environmentally, and both politically. I say both, even though I said four things. Disregard that. But I believe that we should try to motion for some future legislation so that we have more codified regulations, so that way a situation like this does not happen again. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, thank you, Mayor Kashyap. So I do think we should address that eventually, but I feel like that's something we should address once we're basically out of the woods of this entire thing. There are a few like smaller things I believe we need to clean up. I looked through it. So I had it before the recess, but I can't exactly recall them at the moment. If any mayor can, Mayor Manivanan.
Mayor Manivanan, thank you, Mr. Governor. I would just like to, given that there aren't any more thoughts on this topic, I think it might be useful to discuss what we would do if Mr. Humdinger is real. So yeah.
Governor Stadler, thank you, Mayor Manivanan. Did the Chief of Staff have something to say? Chief of Staff Maffey?
No.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Sharp.
Sorry for my delay. I believe that regardless of if he's AI or real, we should just take the same plans of raising our reputation through proving facts and getting rid of the falsehoods of AI deepfake videos and all that. And I think it's really important that if he's proved to be a real person, we have him admit to everything he's done with the AI videos. Like, if he's real, then we can actually take him to court for misinformation and I can't remember the exact terminology for the thing.
Governor Stadler, thank you, Mayor Sharp. I will address Chief of Staff Maffey and Secretary of State Parks' statements, and then I will request a vote to go into recess. Chief of Staff Maffey.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. So, as I stated before, after some research, we can do a legislative subpoena. So, if he was to be real, that is one way we could figure it out, because then that is a legal mandate for him to show up in court, in also or in a legislative office such as the one we're in now. So, therefore, that's when we could prove it, and then from there we could work on the consequences. Maybe after lunch, but yes, in 3 minutes. If anybody has any other ideas, that'd be great.
Governor Stadler, Secretary of State Park.
Thank you, Governor Stadler. I'll just keep this quick, and I wanted to address the question as to what we should do if Mr. Humdinger is real. So I think there's really just two paths we take with this. If Mr. Humdinger is fake, then we would prosecute Evil Core as a company and hold them liable for a lot of the deep fakes and all the harm that they've caused. Whereas if we prove that Mr. Humdinger is real, then we can prosecute him as the main suspect, as he is the CEO. And also false advertising. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, thank you, Secretary of State Park. We will not be addressing any more questions. All those in favor of going into recess, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All those abstain, oi. Ayes have it. We will now go into recess. Thank you. Governor Stadler. I would like Special Advisor Hamilton to recap what we were talking about before lunch.
Thank you, Governor. So I will just recap basically the 7 points that we did approve on after our voice vote. So one, this is kind of the wording is kind of may have gone mixed around a little bit, but we can always change that in our official report. 1. The state shall mobilize the National Guard with air transport, ground transport, and boat transport to evacuate northern Nevada citizens to the nearest safe zone, both in-state and out-of-state. Other states and private charities are asked to help out with the rescue efforts. And then subsection A, safe zones will be created and have water, food, and shelter for all citizens while also being safe from the floods in northern Nevada. 2, the state will reallocate power for an indefinite time frame from Mr. Humdinger's and LiveCorp's AI data centers to rural and southern Nevada to help with the energy crisis and loss of power within households. 3, the state and governor's office formally requests Chick-fil-A to help support and provide food relief for rural and southern Nevada. 4, the state will officially investigate the officer-involved shooting of Skik Knott in the Brush City Police Department. 5, the state will charge LiveCorp for negligence involving multiple wildfires in relevance to their AI data centers. 6, the state will investigate the alleged AI deepfake videos that Mr. Humdinger is broadcasting. 7, the cities Marty, Anderson, Howard, Brush City, and J-Town will all host city town halls in order to engage with the public about city and state government policies and how they compare to Mr. Humdinger's policies. Also, I'm sorry for not referencing LiveCorp as Evil Corp.
Governor Stadler. I was just thinking over it during lunch. I feel like since we're starting to address smaller topics now, now that we've addressed the crisis within North Las Vegas and or North Nevada and Southern Nevada, and with Evil Corp and recovering our name as a party and addressing CEO Humdinger. I feel like we should start reading in between the lines, smaller stuff. Try and make sure we're with a fine-tooth comb, we're not letting anything through, so that way, we don't let anything through. Yes, Secretary of State Park.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Can I request that Mr. Maffey examine what we have left on the agenda and determine a specific item to look at, just so that we get through everything pretty efficiently?
Governor Stadler, Chief of Staff, Mr. Maffey.
Thank you. Mr. Governor, we have covered all the topics said before by Mr. Hamilton, and we will move on to such topics as dealing with Mr. Humdinger's interesting political campaigns and advertisements. I had a question too as well. Can we be more specific in what Operation Sweep is?
Governor Stadler here. Operation Sweep was a plan and was made by leadership in the Nationalist Party to basically undermine and not necessarily overthrow, but basically undermine and dirty the image of the good party, and was later uncovered by previous governor Javin Enby, which he then used to kind of justify more actions to support his party. This was not supported by all of the Nationalist Party, of course, since we were not aware of this, but other Nationalist Party leaders had this planned, and allegedly Javin Enby was not associated with this plan either.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Having said that, it explains how Javin Enby has taken back position of power in endorsing this new Mr. Humdinger. So, having said that, I believe we should move on to the next topic of, again, his campaigning. Specifically, we can move on to his advert, specifically the broadcast that he cast about him acting robotic in a clean tech office. If you'll all turn to that page, please.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Kashyap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I was wondering, involving I will read this verbatim. As this issue evolves, a broadcast rings out on local cable news and radio stations. Considering the previous actions of Mr. Humdinger, that might be a way for us to investigate cases of false advertising, wherein he is not actively revealing that he may be sponsoring these news stations. So that might be something we may want to look into. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, yes. Mayor Ogawa.
So it's completely off topic, but I just wanted to ask what exactly Evil Core's food commerce company has to do with any of this. It was briefly mentioned, and I was wondering if this will be addressed, if at all, in our plan, and was wondering if this has any significance.
Governor Stadler. Looking at it, Humdinger sees a future built around Evil Core, in every step of a citizen's lives, going so far as to establish a new food commerce market, Live Mart, Evil Mart, solely responsible for transporting food in and out of Nevada. So, from my impression, and later on, when he also talks about being the sole controller of transportation within Nevada as well. It just sounds like he wants to control every aspect of Nevada, whether it's the citizens' food. If you can control transportation, you basically control the population. If everyone has to register to take a bus, then you can track where they are at all times. Yes, Mr. Manivanan.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Mayor Manivanan here. I just wanted to quickly come back to Mr. Maffey's point on the broadcast message. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I thought we voted before recess that we would investigate this and prosecute him for this later on.
Governor Stadler. Yes, Mayor Sharp.
I don't believe the broadcasts on local cable news and radio stations are that important because that's basically just LiveCorp sending out positive ads for themselves. I would like to mention, though, we haven't really we've brought up like ways to make the people happier and stuff, but we haven't brought up anything specifically to deal with the ongoing protests. And I was wondering if we had any like specific solutions towards that other than raising public opinion of us to slowly let them die down.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Dewart.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I would like to talk about Mayor Sharp's. Considering I lost. Well, everyone is rallying. The protesters across the 16 counties have been common sight over the past few days, rallying around Henry Humdinger. If we manage to connect the court cases, any prosecutions, that can really weaken why they just flat out have such like that deep-rooted hatred for us right now. And I feel like there is more things if it gets pointed out. Definitely more things. You pointed out if we get rid of one thing or focus on it enough and create enough solutions for it, it'll fix a good majority of our other problems or like the minor problems that take too long. Thank you.
Governor Stadler. Thank you, Mayor Dewart. So I've kind of come up with an idea here. Tell me what you guys think here, but from what I've seen, CEO and what's his name, Mr. Humdinger, just sounds like he is very supportive of every single policy that former Governor Engby supports. So he associates with the committee. He works with the Committee of the Good Governance, which used to be which was the party that arose after Javin Engby's controversial, not controversial, it was controversial, beating of protesters, and he what is it? Let me quote some text here, and I'm gonna show you what I'm trying to think here. Following your recent response to Operation Sweep, former Governor Engby has decided to partner with CEO Humdinger, stating, "I feel I can no longer participate in a state that will not allow me to express free will. Hence, why I and the people of Nevada must open our eyes and endorse a candidate who will facilitate that very right, that being our very own Mr. Humdinger." So, our previous governor is supporting Mr. Humdinger. And Mr. Humdinger is appointing former Governor Engby's Committee of State Security, basically as law enforcement, the same people who beat protesters. But if you were a CEO, wouldn't you wouldn't want people who are responsible for beating people to be responsible for your security. You wouldn't want controversial people. What I'm suggesting here is that Mr. Humdinger and Evil Corp is a front as Javin Engby, and Javin Engby controls these two, and he just uses Mr. Humdinger as a front to push his ideas, since he himself is a controversial individual. Yes, Mayor Sharp.
I believe that there is a good possibility that even before the previous governor started paying for and helping the Evil Corps, that he was involved with it based off of what we have seen so far in the ideals shared. And it would also help our point that the CEO is probably an AI, because he could have fed his own ideals into it and basically created a new public image using someone who wasn't himself per se.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Kashyap.
Thank you so much, Governor. I regarding the allegation that Mr. Humdinger is created by the previous governor, I'm not entirely sure if I can go along with it, considering that it is a very extraordinary claim and thus requires extraordinary evidence. I will believe that Mr. Humdinger simply does not exist. However, I'm not so sure if I can claim something like that. I also would like to go back to a previous point, the rancher protests regarding the killing of Mr. Knott. I do apologize for this. However, I am concerned that simply saying there will be an investigation may not be enough. I do feel like that we should try to do some further action in order to better appease the ranchers. I do think that at least saying we will do reform, promising something, at the very least, will have them come back to our side. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, thank you, Mayor Kashyap. I would like to put the ranch idea on just a side note. We will address that later, and we'd like to stay on topic. Chief of Staff Maffey.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Governor. While we are just going through everything, I just wanted to check through the actual paper itself and make sure that we have covered every listed issue. So far, I have all of them done, protesters included, CEO coming up to the Committee of Good Governance. If this is a real committee, real party, I believe maybe we should address that just for the future. We've addressed the advert, and I see that those are the two things left, because the middle paragraph here is about how Engby is connected to Humdinger. Having said that, I think now we can move. Once we finish all the listed tasks, I think we can move into the more overarching, specific topics that maybe we could discuss and put into writing to really get this guy. Thank you.
Governor Stadler. Yeah, about Mayor Kashyap's affirmation that Mr. Humdinger may be an AI bot. I may ask though, if he is an AI from built from these data centers, who's telling this AI to do that? Who made this AI in the first place? Because this AI just doesn't come from nothing. ChatGPT, all these other AI bots That didn't come just from nothing. Mayor Kashap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I believe it does mention that the previous governor started supporting Humdinger after Humdinger was already established, and then due to the recent response to Operation Sweep. So thus the timeline implies that Humdinger was already a presence before NB started supporting him. Now, regarding who his actual creator would be, it does mention that there is a board of trustees who are to be filled into the offices of the new city mayors. Yes, I found the line here. If Mr. Humdinger were to take power as governor and enact his vision, he would rally the already upset citizens to impeach the mayors and use his power to elect his board of trustees as the new city mayors. I do not believe there is a singular individual controlling Mr. Humdinger, considering this seems to be a very well-organized cartel. However, I do believe it is a group of individuals as this board of trustees who have actually created Humdinger and who are actually the man behind the strings. Well, man pulling the strings. The metaphor still stands. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Sharp.
Before we get into like the specifics and finalizing our documents, like Chief of Staff Mr. Maffey said, I believe we might want to address a point on what we're going to do once the flooding goes away. We evacuated everybody, but are we just going to return them to their houses after? Or is there going to be help for the problems of their houses being a little destroyed? Are we going to do anything involving that?
Governor Stadler, I believe Mayor Dewart has the best response for this.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I actually have responses and HOAs and not HOAs, excuse me, programs. USDA, I mentioned earlier, Rural Development Disaster Assistance to help rebuild for homeowners, businesses, and rural communities. Also, the FEMA Public Assistance provides grants to states to cover infrastructure, remove debris, and protective measures. We do have programs issued to help. California is still going to be able to, or bordering states will still be able to help us if needed, maybe even paying for housing. And I also want to talk about the topic of before this, we were talking about AI and a bunch of conspiracy theories. I personally want to say the conspiracy theories, in my opinion, are a little off topic. If we keep focused on like the main issues, that'd be a more effective and appropriate use of our time. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, thank you, Mayor Dewart. I apologize for getting off topic. We will address the topics at hand, but I would still like to address what I was talking about later on. Secretary of State Park.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. So I would like to quickly address Mayor Sharp's point about rebuilding the city and also propose an idea of my own. So we currently have a big problem in that there were many businesses and business owners who were willing to support Mr. Humdinger with the Committee of State Secretary, Committee of State Security, and I worry that there could be potential for this sort of collusion and conspiracy in the future. So what I would propose in the aftermath of this crisis is that we offer many incentives to these businesses, especially to help rebuild infrastructure destroyed, so that these businesses would see us in a better light and they would appreciate, contracts and that sort of thing. So just to summarize what I said, I think it will be very important to partner with these businesses, and especially in rebuilding efforts. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, just to confirm, is that that's what FEMA is doing, though, right? We are contracting FEMA to help support reconstruction of these businesses and people and housing for these people. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Secretary of State Park.
Yeah, so FEMA could help with that. However, I don't think them alone could, fix everything in the aftermath of the crisis. And I think it would also be helpful to uh, help out these businesses, especially because they're more acquainted with our local needs. And I'm open to suggestions on, the specifics on how we partner with these businesses. Thank you.
Governor Stadler. Thank you, Secretary of State Park. FEMA is contracted by states, so they are able to cover statewide, the statewide crises. So they can assist on very large scales like that. So I want to apologize for keeping you guys waiting for so long, but Mayor Manivanan.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Mayor Manivannan, I would just like to say, I feel like as we're kind of getting into the more like nuanced parts of our analysis in our state crisis, forgive me, I think that we should start writing stuff down. Like, I think we can, if we were to share a Google Doc and then split up the work, it'd be a lot easier for us to see what we've already done and then know like what to do in the future, or kind of figure out these other things that we're kind of getting to. I just wanted to put that out there. I just think we're getting to kind of a point where if we're working on online, I think we'll be able to get a lot more work done. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, my chief of staff has been writing this down all on paper, and my special advisor has been writing this all down on a doc as well. If you want to just share that to them, do you have their emails?
No, I do not.
I would like each mayor to. This is actually. Wait a second. This is live streamed, so I don't know if you guys would want this out on public. Yes. The special advisor will pass it around to each one of you. Yes, Mayor Kashyap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I was just going to say we could write it down on a note and then hand it to the special advisor, but this works as well. So I disregard my point. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Ogawa.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Governor. So I wanted to bring this up before, but along with what Chief of Staff Matthew was talking about with what else is on the agenda, I think we should also add future implications or future plans on how to deal with the crisis after we've implemented policies. So if we could talk about that, that'd be wonderful. And also, as to what Mayor Kashyap was talking about earlier, I think we can simply just look at Nevada records, tax records of the CEO, Humdinger, just to see if he actually is a real person or not. And yeah, thank you.
Governor Stadler. I believe I'm not 100% sure taxes, like tracking taxes like that would work, because you could I believe taxes are completely digital, and having just a digital persona, you could fake that. I'm not completely sure. Obviously, I'm not like an AI expert, so yeah. Chief of Staff Maffey.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Mayor Ogawa, I believe that those implications of like the future plans after the disaster are included in what I've written down and what we will put on the paper, because I put in a section about sending in FEMA, sending in these charities that will help rebuild the city. So there will be a reconstruction effort immediately after the event, after the rain stops. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Specialist Advisor Hamilton.
Thank you, Governor Stadler. Special Advisor Hamilton, I would just like to say this, I would say somewhat, if there's flooding and then we have to recover from the flooding, another thing I would like you all to take a look at would be the relief efforts after Hurricane Katrina. After Hurricane Katrina, FEMA did get involved, along with many local charitable organizations such as the Red Cross. So I would just like you all to take a look at that in regards to rebuilding and like reconstruction after the matter.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Dewart.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Personal point of privilege. I do not have a laptop, so would it be appropriate for me to use my phone?
Governor Stadler, it's preferable to not use your phone within the committee room, but to add your email to it, that would be okay. Could you collaborate with Mayor Sharp to both look at it?
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Yes.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Kashyap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I would much prefer for recovery activities after these incidents. I would rather we keep it within the state level. I understand that there are federal resources we could call on, and if the situation becomes dire, I believe we should. But I think it is much better for us as Nevada to solve this issue on our own, simply for the reason that I do not want too much federal meddling. I believe that will complicate efforts, especially if there might be disputes between the federal powers and the state powers in response to the crisis and attempting to solve it. And as such, I am also worried about that the interests of the federal government may not be the same interests as the state of Nevada, and I want to put Nevada's interests over the United States' interests at this time as we deal with this crisis. So thank you.
Governor Stadler, I do believe FEMA is a private company and not. FEMA is employed by states who do experience disasters, for example, Hurricane Katrina. So it is not like standard procedure, but in this case, standard procedure if we're having a large meteorological disaster such as this one. I'll hand it off to Specialist Advisor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Special Advisor Hamilton, I do want to say that not getting the federal government involved in a perfect world would be amazing. But if we are evacuating hundreds of thousands of citizens, I know J-Town, I believe, has like 110,000 residents. Please correct me if I'm incorrect. And then I think Marty has 21 or 22,000 citizens. So if we're evacuating most or all of those residents, then in order to bring them all back and then again restore a working infrastructure and then help small businesses out within the cities, I do not think that is feasibly possible just for a state to do.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Ogawa.
Mayor Ogawa, thank you, Mr. Governor. I'd just like to say Anderson has a population of about 660,000 right now, and it's growing even more.
Governor Stadler. All right, so now that we've addressed these things, the two like smaller things, not the big picture like the meteorological conditions in the north and south of Nevada and political debacle between Mr. Engby and Mr. Humdinger. We still have not formally addressed the good party, and we have not. After the good party, I'd like to go back to Mayor Kashyap's reference to the ranchers and how they may not feel like justice was served just by investigating the police department. Mayor Kashyap.
Thank you so much, Governor. I do not believe that dealing with the good party is that important at this time. It is essentially, for the most part, folded into Mr. Hundinger's efforts by now. And as such, I believe that by going after Hundinger, the good party, what remains of the good party in the Committee of Good Governance will continue to be damaged by being associated with him. For the rancher issue, I believe you have already heard my thoughts, so I will give it my time. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Chief of Staff Maffey. Correction, Maffey.
Yes. I believe that we can move into that now with Mr. Humdinger. Because I believe that is a nuance that we haven't fully covered yet. Yes, I believe. Ah, yes. I'm sorry. Ranchers, they're a strong-headed bunch. They will most likely still be incredibly mad at, even if we say we're going to investigate them. They would probably want cold hard facts and or action done in order to dissuade this. So I would advise for that. My own advisory would be probably to reinstate the verdict to them that Governor Sadler here was innocent. And then, other than that, I mean, we can't really do much else for them because they're just mad that their guy that they liked was on the wrong side, died and was on the wrong side, and there was no one to blame yet.
Governor Stadler, Special Advisor Hamilton.
Thank you, Governor Stadler, Special Advisor Hamilton. I do want to say that in our solution, the fourth point that we agreed upon was that the state will officially investigate the officer-involved shooting of Skick Knott and the Brush State Police Department. I would like to revise this wording. Instead of having the state officially investigating the officer-involved shooting of Skick Knott and the Brush State Police Department, if we could have an independent third party investigate, as this would have more credibility than our own state.
Governor Stadler, I do think that's a good idea that we should have considered earlier. Mayor Sharp.
I think something also good we could do with the investigation and stuff is, since the verdict was basically a mistrial, on the next time it goes through court, we could make sure everything's completely public to the general population. Like all evidence, maybe even live stream the court case so that the ranchers can see from beginning to end and everything involved with it, so that they know what is happening and why each verdict was passed.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Manivanan.
Thank you, Governor. Mayor Manivanan here. I just wanted to mention that I believe we only have around 80 minutes left until this state crisis is due. So I would personally prefer if we started on this earlier, like the actual writing portion of this earlier rather than later, so we can actually get everything written down.
Governor Stadler, I do believe Specialist Advisor Hamilton has been writing this down. It's just not in the exact press release format. So most of it would just be more nuanced rewriting and stuff to fit our exact definitions and putting it into that press release format. So I don't think it's of vital importance to start writing it like in that correct format now. I believe you said 80 minutes. Maybe till like 30 minutes left to the committee, if we're not already on that topic, to start on it then. Do we all agree on that? Please raise your hand. All those who oppose? Okay, all right, ayes have it. All right, Mayor Kashyap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Another issue I would like to bring up is that citizens do have a strong desire for law and order. If you allow me to read the exact passage. Mr. Hundinger has allowed plans to work with former Governor Emby to form a new committee of state security to assist current law enforcement in upholding the people's desire for law and order. I believe in order to deal with this, as well as to deal with the crisis involving the ranchers, I believe it would be prudent to create more community-based policing, start hiring a few more law enforcement officers, and ensure that the areas they patrol are the areas in which they are either directly residing in or have a close connection in, so that way communities can feel seen and heard and protected by law enforcement. I believe that this is a good enough reform that will satisfy both ordinary people's desire for law and order, as well as the ranchers who are worried about another incident happening again and the lack of justice. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, just to clarify, the Committee of State Security is Mr. Humdinger's own current law enforcement to hold the people's desire for law and order, which it's his own bodyguards. I don't believe it's law enforcement. It is his own, basically people to push his own accords, his own ideas, and I believe the population is against us at the moment, and employing our own law enforcement employing them more than they already are may have controversial effects, that's not. I don't believe that's even an official law enforcement. It's just his Committee of State Security. Mayor Kashyap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I was not referring to the Committee of State Security. I was simply reading it from the passage. This has nothing. What I'm promoting has nothing to do with the Committee of State Security. It is simply hiring more officers for already existent law enforcement agencies that are already under the state's or local government's control. This is not about private security. That is a completely different matter. I do not think and I do understand what you're saying, that there's a lack of public trust towards us, especially after everything that has happened. And I do believe that hiring more law enforcement officers and making it very public will cause an issue. However, if we simply if we simply do not have the appearance of more law enforcement officers, have more law enforcement officers working in the background rather than actually actually in the area with their full kit on, I believe that would be a lot better, because the community will feel safer because we are tackling crime more, but they will not see more armed police officers. And I believe that is a good compromise to satisfy every party. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, I believe what you're trying to say, but let me just confirm. So you're just saying employing more police officers, but not publicly addressing it, just employing more of them. So, Mayor Kashyap?
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Sort of. I do not mean like completely hide it from the public. It, of course, is available. I'm just saying that they are not entirely meant to have a public role. They're more so to deal with criminal activities in the background, stuff that is less visible to the average citizen.
Governor Stadler, yeah, I didn't mean hiding it either. I just mean not addressing it, not saying we are doing it, not saying we're not. I'm just saying we just do it, and then if it would be open to the public, but it's not like we're broadcasting it or posting it on media. Chief of Staff Maffey.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I think these are good amendments. I think these are good ideas. These are great ideas. I think we could, as of now, since we are working on very nuanced topics, I think we could soon work into starting the writing process of this whole bill. I think that's in order. Although I do want to issue a vote for the amendments Mr. Kashyap was, Mayor Kashyap was proposing earlier. I think that's all great. And then as we write, we can amend wording and amend nuances from there. Let's get started.
I propose a vote to instill the propositions that Mayor Kashyap entailed. All in favor say aye. Aye. All those who oppose say nay. All those who abstain say oi. Ayes have it. Please write that down. Mayor Dewart.
Thank you, Governor. Mayor Dewart. I have one question and something I want to get off before I forget, and it may be noted. One, do we have any proclamations? I think that'd be important because addressing publicly is also important, considering we took care of the AI situation or deepfake situation, or this would be after. And second, I think this is important for when we were talking about having measures for after each problem is thoroughly dealt with so it doesn't happen again. But right now, we need to also make sure in the South that we have an executive order or some type of way saying there shouldn't be these things out and about because it could cause a fire. It'd be absolutely terrible if a fire started in the South. Thank you.
Governor Stadler. Yes, those things we should address, but excuse me, sorry, I forgot what I was going to say. Secretary of State Park.
Yeah, point of personal privilege. May I use the restroom?
Governor Stadler, Mayor Okawa.
Mayor Ogawa, thank you, Mr. Governor. I was just wondering when exactly the written press release will be due or turned in.
Governor Stadler, yes, I was going to address that, but you just reminded me of what I was going to say to Mayor Dewart. The press release. This is a press release, so this is how we're referring to the public. We don't need a what is it? I forgot the word you used. To a proclamation. This is basically explaining to the public our plan, what we plan to do, so that way they can understand and kind of, yeah, it's proclaiming what we're gonna do, a press release. Mayor, Mayor Manivanan.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Could you just quickly answer when this is due again?
When this committee finishes.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, Governor Stadler, are you asking when this committee finishes or when this is due?
I was asking when the state crisis is due.
The state crisis is due when this finishes, the committee.
If I may, that is not what we have been told. It's is due much later. I believe the special advisor has more information on that, as he's the holder of the documents.
Governor Stadler, Specialist Advisor Hamilton.
Thank you, Governor Stadler. When asking the administrative staff, they said that this would be due tonight, more specifically around midnight.
Governor Stadler, I apologize for that misinformation. Governor Stadler, Mayor Manivanan.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Mayor Manivanan here. If nobody has anything else to say, I propose that we, start working and actually drafting out this press release, because I know, especially for the last state crises, the city of J-Town has been writing just about 1,000 words, and I know that this one is a little bit more in depth. So I'd like to take some time to write this, and then before we start writing, I think it would be useful to delegate the tasks, or like who wants to write each thing to each person, so we can divide and conquer. So if anybody has any preferences regarding that, please speak up.
Governor Stadler, I'll just go right to left for the mayors about what they want. Mayor Dewart.
Mayor Dewart, thank you, Governor. Because I think, this is in no offense when I say this, I have been the one looking into what would happen after these, we fix the disasters. I would like to focus on that, maybe look into whoever does the paragraphs and be like, okay, blah, 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 and then that will be good for the future, if everyone agrees and is okay with that. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, do all mayors, are the mayors okay with this? All right. Mayor Kashyap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I would like to express opposition to Mr. Money's idea. I think it is much better if we all communally work together on the press release. I do not forgive me for that. I do not believe it is prudent if we try to divide it amongst ourselves, considering we are simply writing what we are going to tell the public. And as such, I think it would be much better for all of us to work together on the entire thing rather than having 9 different sections that we all combine together, which may or may not be that good. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, I don't believe that will be feasible. If we have multiple people trying to write in the same paragraph at the same time, the different ideas, if 2 people try and collaborate on the same idea at the same time, they might repeat stuff. I'm saying we collaborate on the solution, but we delegate each part of it to each other. We can also go over it as a committee. And if we do not like, or if we think the wording can be better, we can go over it. So even if we someone writes it not in a way that's very accurate, we can still go over it with the committee since this is still a draft. Mayor Ogawa.
Mayor Agala, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I completely agree with Mr. Governor. I think we should just divide and look over because we do still have a lot of time until midnight, so we can all write our parts, combine it, and then we can all just look over it and see what things we don't agree on or at least wasn't discussed today, and then we can edit it from there.
Governor Stadler. All right, so there's no more topics we want to address. I just want to make close that off. Correct. Mayor Mani Vanan.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. This isn't a new topic, but I just think that it would be easiest if everyone who's on the document could put their name next to what they prefer to do, and then we can figure out who is going to do exactly what afterwards.
Governor Stadler, I do think that's a good suggestion, Mayor. Can we all do that? Mayor Kashyap?
I believe that would be best to do it after the committee meeting. I believe this is the time to rather discuss and debate our proper response. I do not think that we should focus on trying to delegate it now. I think we have a bit more time to do that. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, so I just want to confirm this committee ends at 4:30, correct? 4 o'clock, and it is currently 3. We have 60 minutes till this committee is over. Mayor Dewart.
Mayor Dewart, thank you, Governor. You said 4:30? Yes.
Governor Stadler, I was putting out a time, I'm not completely sure. Chief of Staff Maffey.
Yes, 4 o'clock is the expected end. However, that is when we should be walking down through the lobby. So I suspect that we'll probably convene this meeting probably around 3:50 to 3:55.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Dewart.
Mayor Dewart, thank you, Governor. I think we should just get straight to work then. We'll have plenty of time also at Nevada Boys State, but now is a good time where we have our things. It's not like we're done talking. If we ever have questions, we can still talk to each other. That's what I think. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, if you guys would like to write in the document next to each number, your name next to what you think you would be the best at writing out, please do so now. Governor Stadler, Mayor Manivanan.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I propose that if nobody else has anything to talk about, I think we should start working right now. And then if anyone has any topics of interest, they can, open the mic and then start talking.
Governor Stadler, yes. Each of us should be putting our name next to the number of the topic we want to elaborate on. I'll keep it in session while we work, just in case you guys want to bring something up so we can all discuss it. But there was something I wanted to bring up that we kind of brushed off though. Well, you can do this. I want to bring this up while we work, but I feel like we brushed off the fact of bringing up that Javin NB or what is it? CEO Humdinger is a front for Javin NB as an AI front, and we kind of just brushed that off. Mayor Kashyap.
I believe we brushed that off either due to that it was illogical chronologically, and that it was much more likely that the Board of Trustees, whoever they may be, which may include Governor Enby, be the ones controlling Mr. Humdinger, and as such, I do not think it is entirely relevant to bring up unless we somehow find more evidence to prove that claim. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Specialist Advisor Hamilton.
Thank you, Governor Stadler. Special Advisor Hamilton. I would just like to add on Mayor Kashyap's point. I also don't think specifically addressing like anything related to Mr. Humdinger and AI inside this press release is a good idea, as the citizens currently are already very critical of Governor Stadler's administration and all 5 of you mayors as well. So I think we should keep this to specifically what actions we will take just to help out the citizens instead of just pinpointing blame upon other parties and other people.
Governor Stadler, I'm just suggesting this because it's not necessarily pinning blame, but if we do find this out, Mr. Engby is already a very controversial person, and him being the background, the puppeteer, and Mr. Humdinger just being the puppet would basically the whole entire that whole entire support system would fall apart. But as Mr. Kashyap said, let me quote the text again. If Mr. Humdinger were to take power as governor and enact his vision, he would rally the already upset citizens to impeach the mayors and use his power to elect his board of trustees as the new city mayors. And if the committee were the people puppeteering Mr. Humdinger, then they would have complete control over Humdinger as a mayor, and they would have complete control over the Nevada. Mayor Kashyap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I don't think it is best to address the allegations that Humdinger may be an AI in the press release. It will appear very unprofessional, especially since we have no actual concrete fact to prove it. It is more so just what we believe based on what we have heard about him. We can most certainly address Governor Enby's controversial actions, and I believe that is more than enough to point out how he is an incredibly polarizing figure and he should not be handed power. We can also mention his particular policies, especially his plan to quote-unquote preempt future protests and prevent further damage to the state of Nevada, which it could very well be interpreted as an attack on civil liberties and quite a lot of freedoms. So I think the press release should just stick to that rather than the AI allegations. Thank you.
I'm not saying that we would accuse, excuse me, Governor Stadler. I'm not saying we would accuse Mr. Humdinger of being an AI, but I would propose an investigation into it at the very least.
Thank you. I do agree we should have an investigation, but I don't think we should publicly mention it since it would make us look incredibly crazy, for lack of a better word. It would make us look like conspiracy theorists, especially considering that Humdinger has a huge following. I do think we should investigate, but I don't think we should mention it publicly, at least not yet, and at least not in this letter. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Ogawa.
Here we go. Thank you, Mr. Governor. So, sort of similar to what Mayor Kashyap was talking about just now. On the document, it doesn't explicitly say or talk about whether if we will address or investigate exactly Mr. Humdinger's identity or where he came up from. I've brought it up multiple times throughout today, and I was just wondering if we will actually investigate who he is and his connection to the former Governor Engby, Mr. Engby, and also whether if they have any sort of relationship that is sort of corrupt or black in any type of way. And yeah, thank you.
Are you proposing that we investigate the relationship or the interactions between Mr. Humdinger and previous Governor Envy?
Yes, that as well as also investigating Mr. Humdinger himself and his involvement with the other cases, which we don't have to publicly disclose, like what Mayor Cashup was talking about how we would sound like conspiracy theorists.
Governor Stadler, Specialist Advisor Hamilton.
Thank you, Governor Stadler, Special Advisor Hamilton. So if we are not going to be mentioning Mr. Humdinger and his like associations or accusing Mr. Humdinger of AI and like his deepfake videos, are we still going to be putting Section 5 and Section 6 into? Are we going to put that into the media release? And I just want to ask you all, how would we, like, if we do talk about it, like, how do we implement that into the press release so we don't sound crazy to our state's population?
Governor Stadler, I would also like to add one more question. How do we propose, how would we write down these investigations that we want to have but not disclose to the public just yet? Mayor Dewart?
Mayor Dewart, thank you, Governor. I don't think the investigations would be necessary considering if we were already taking him to court, showing it. If he shows, he's real. If he doesn't, he's not. And the other stuff we've been saying. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Chief of Staff Maffey.
Yes, I appreciate all of your guys' thank you, Mr. Governor. I appreciate all of you guys having concerns about the reality of Mr. Humdinger. However, as I stated twice earlier, we can just submit a legislative peony. I believe that's what it's called, but it's the legislative summons. And through that methods, we can simply just summon him here or to a court. And whether he shows or not is a very simple solution to that problem.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Sharp.
Mayor Sharp, someone earlier said that how would we do sections 5 and 6 if we were to investigate going over the AI? The thing with sections 5 and 6 is that 5, that's the reason we focused it on the company itself and their actions. And section 6 isn't really talking about him being AI, but dealing with the AI videos that are on us, the deep fakes about us, that is basically propaganda to make us look worse than we are in our political positions.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Cashup.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Regarding Mr. Maffey's idea, I do think it's a good idea, and I do also think in our letter we should include a plea to the legislature to enact regulations concerning AI data centers, so that way such incidents such as the wildfire do not happen again, and then through there we can get the legislative, what did you call it again?
I believe it's called a legislative peony. I will double check right now.
Thank you, Mr. Maffey. Legislative PINA. I believe that by simply calling for future legislation by the legislature, we can do it through that. Once again, thank you.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Ogawa. Oh, correction. Mayor Manivanan.
Mary Manivanan, thank you, Mr. Governor. I just think that during in our press release for the state crisis, I think that when we're going to be talking about the deepfake AI videos of us specifically, I think it's very important that we kind of hold or we get interviewed very regularly by the press, and so that it's very easy for individuals to understand what we're going for, what we're moving towards, and they're going to be able to have easier access as to exactly what we're doing by people that they know that they can trust, especially local news organizations. And this is going to help build some trust back from some potential deepfake videos that might be circulating online.
Governor Stadler, I would argue that doing more press release interviews and stuff would actually increase the amount of deepfakes and how accurate they are, because it would provide more media to base the AI off of, and in doing so, it would make determining which one's a deepfake and which one is the real state leadership more difficult to determine. Chief of Staff Maffey.
Really quickly, thank you, Mr. Governor. Really quickly from Mayor Kashyap. The specific program is called the Sub Poena Duce Tusum, which is Latin, and it is a legislative order that allows a person to be ordered to produce specific physical documents or evidence. So, because we can investigate him, we can also apply that policy to him and force him to physically show up.
Governor Stadler, Specialist Advisor Hamilton.
Thank you, Governor Stadler, Specialist Advisor Hamilton. I would just like to ask a question. For our submission for the state crisis, would we have to, does the entire thing have to be a press release, or can we also my question in general, does it all have to be a press release, or can we also add other stuff that would not be disclosed to the citizens as a whole, but that we still include in our discussion here?
Governor Stadler, that's probably a question for administration, and we can still work on this at Nevada Boys State as well. So that's probably something to work on later. Thank you, Chief Correction Specialist Advisor Hamilton. Secretary of State Park.
I wanted to bring up something else, a little bit unrelated, but I think we should address the fact that it seems like Mr. Humdinger was seeking to establish a monopoly on many of the industries in Nevada. I think it's especially concerning that, as the text reads, Humdinger sees a future built around live court in every step of civilian lives, going so far as to establish a new food commerce company, Live Mart, solely responsible for transporting food in and out of Nevada. So, just as a suggestion, I think it may be beneficial to enact reforms to prevent monopolies like these from forming, especially in essential services such as food delivery and transportation. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Kashyap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Regarding what Secretary Park had to say, those are his political views, no matter how distasteful. I do not necessarily think we can punish him for that, and I believe there are already antitrust laws to prevent monopolies like that from happening. Additionally, I would like to propose a vote on what I suggested earlier, the recommendation to the legislature to create laws to better regulate AI data centers to prevent wildfires like what happened previously to happen again. I'm completely willing to write that.
All those in favor of supporting Mayor Kashyap's proposal, say aye. All those who oppose, say nay. Nay. All those who abstain, say oi. Oi. Nays have it. Mayor Dewar.
Mayor Dewar, thank you, Governor. So in Section 6, it says the state will investigate the alleged AI deepfakes videos leadership that Mr. Humdinger is... Oh, excuse me, I misread it. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Ogawa.
Mayor Ogawa, thank you, Mr. Governor. So, when Chief of Staff Maffey was talking about a subpoena being issued, I really liked the idea, so I looked a little bit into it, but a subpoena is issued when a party is in a legal dispute and needs a non-party to provide testimony. So we would not be able to get CEO Mr. Humdinger on the to provide testimony because he is part of that the good party.
Governor Stadler, thank you, Mayor Ogawa. Mayor Kashyap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I would like to have some clarification on language because the Good Party is a completely separate entity to the Committee of Good Governance. Although they do share the same name, I do not necessarily know if we can prove a link between the Good Party, which is the own political party of Mr. Engby, which may or may not exist at the current moment. I'm not entirely sure of its current status, in the Committee of Good Governance. I do not think that we can call them exactly the same just because they have good in their name. So I do request a clarification on language. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, I'll agree with you, Mayor Kashyap. I don't think the Committee of Good Governance is similar to the Good Party due to the fact that left or right, nationalists or federalists, or even small third parties who have found themselves under the umbrella of what has been dubbed the Committee of Good Governance, which means that it's multiple different parties who are collaborating with one another, hence more of a committee than a party. Mayor Ogawa.
Mayor Ogawa, yeah, so I'd like to take back the claim that I just said. I believe a subpoena could be issued to CEO Humdinger.
Governor Stadler, Chief of Staff Maffey went to the bathroom, and he's been the one that's doing all the research on that. So if you want to bring that up once he returns, is there something else? Mayor Dewart.
Point of personal preference. May I use the restroom as well?
Governor Stadler, you do not need to request permission to go to the bathroom. Governor Stadler, Mayor Ogawa.
Mayor Ogawa, I was wondering if there was anything else that we left sort of untouched but brought up, specifically something that has to do with the citizens of the North. I feel like we brought up things regarding their evacuation, but there were things left in the letter that concerned both the South and North that I feel like we didn't address too much.
Governor Stadler, it's two great meteorological disasters, 2 inches of rain in the north, high energy consumption throughout the state. Is that what you're referring to, the high energy consumption throughout the state? But that was resolved by diverting the power from AI data centers to cities. Mayor Ogawa.
Mayor Ogawa, I simply don't think converting all the energy that goes into AI data centers will resolve that. I think there's a more complex or not a better solution that can provide more energy, but simply just cutting down all AI data centers probably won't bring energy to all the cities that have 600,000 citizens and more, just because one AI data center is gone.
Governor Stadler, there are AI data centers in every city. I'm looking for where I saw this, but where is it? But I do believe that diverting all the power that was used in Mayor Manivanan.
Mary Manivanan, I just want to clarify. I believe that the power outages are primarily in the rural cities, and so for bigger cities like Anderson and J-Town, I don't believe that we have to concern ourselves with a solution. to a non-existent problem.
Governor Stadler, and diverting the AI data centers located within those cities and to the more rural towns would also kill two birds with one stone. Mayor Kashyap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I sort of agree with Mayor Money. I do agree that kind of a lot of the energy pressure that has been applied has been the result of these new AI data centers. And although I do wish we would consider introducing resolutions to make sure we conserve power more in the future, as in we could recommend further legislation, or the governor's office could advocate for policies that allow us to, to restate what I meant to say, the governor's, we could propose future legislation that required more accountability for actions like these. For example, construction of massive data centers that take up so much energy and quite literally bring huge parts of the state into ruin, despite not having to anything related to the AI data centers. We should perhaps be a bit more mindful and institute further safeguards to prevent such actions from happening again. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Manivanan.
Mayor Manivanan, I agree with Mayor Kashyap. I think that it is important to input future kinds of regulations on AI and like data centers. However, I think that there are two main ways that we could do this. We could either regulate the amount of energy that one AI data center or data center in general could take, and the other one could be implementing legislation that impacts the actual energy infrastructure that Nevada has, so that it's able to hold these AI data centers in the future. And so if we were to, I know we're already using an indefinite hold right now until further notice for the AI data centers, but if we were to update the infrastructure, we could get them back up and running, and that could potentially be good for the economy of Nevada as well.
Governor Stadler, I believe the only solution would be to increase the energy production within the state. Restricting how much one AI data center can consume would only just mean that there would be more plentiful smaller AI data centers than huge ones that consume large amounts of energy. So the net energy consumption would just be the same, but it would just be distributed among smaller AI data centers. Also, that's it. Secretary of State Park.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. So I definitely agree with the spirit of what Mr. Manivanan was proposing, but I do see the loophole that you pointed out that could potentially be exploited. So instead, what I suggest is that there be a new law that the net usage of all data centers cannot exceed a certain amount of our power grid capacity. And I think this would, in fact, be more effective than simply just building more of the power grid, because just building more of the power grid would kind of be a band-aid on a bigger problem. So yeah, I think passing a law like that would be extremely helpful in preventing future crises. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Sharp.
Sorry to be the one to kind of change the subject a little bit, but we are currently here to deal with a city crisis. Any new laws or legislation we would want to pass is being dealt with things like the Assembly and the Senate. I would like if we could stay on task. We're not here to solve future problems per se, but to solve the current ones that are affecting us in this moment.
Governor Stadler, do we all agree that this is what we're discussing is currently off topic? Please raise your hand if you think this is on topic. On topic. Please lower your hands. Please raise your hand if you think this is off topic. Please lower your hand. Majority thinks this is on topic, so we will continue discussing this. Mayor Kashyap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I do not think what we are saying is saying we are instituting new regulations. More so, we are promising that we will in the future. This is more so just a promise to include in our press release to say that we are going to take this direction. Does that mean we have to spend the time here formulating how that is to look like? We're more so saying this is what we're going to do in the future. This is what we are telling the people. And I think the people do wish to have limits on stuff like this to make sure it doesn't happen in the future, considering that this is what happened this is currently what is happening due to AI data centers and the grid capacity being overstretched. This is the end result, and we should promise to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Again, this is not the time to debate specifics. This is more of the time to promise future goals. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, all those in favor of including in the press release that we will try and Special List Advisor Hamilton?
Yeah, I would say I completely agree with Mayor Cashup here. I believe that we should, I think maybe not like create a bill. That's not possible. That's not our job. But we could just advocate the legislature to do that. And we should, that's the step forward that we're trying to take. And then also I do want to just mention something. I may have mentioned this before. Someone may have mentioned this before. In section 2 of our current solution, we say that the state will reallocate power for an indefinite time frame for Mr. Humdinger and LifeCorp's AI data centers. I just want to iterate that we must mention at the beginning of our address or that the Nevada governor, the only way that you can reallocate the use and distribution of power is if you declare an energy emergency. So we should be very specific and declare that before we write the solution.
I would like to see if we agree on 2 things here. First, please raise your hand if you believe that we are in an energy emergency. Please lower your hands. That's unanimous yay. So we will include that in section 2 that we are in an energy emergency. And the other topic we were just discussing, but it's I can't really remember. Could Mayor Cashup?
Thank you, Mr. Governor. It was promising future regulation to prevent the grid overload and regulate AI data centers, their energy usage.
All those in favor of promising later legislation to include limits on the net energy usage of AI data centers, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All those who oppose say nay. All those who abstain say oi. Ayes have it. We will include a new section, section 10, promising that we will advocate for legislature to limit the net usage of electricity of AI data centers. Mayor Cashup?
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I would just like to say that I'm willing to write that section, so if that could be added onto the document. Thank you.
Also, the last topic I'd like to just bring up is the investigation of Mr. Humdinger and Javing Engby and their association with one another. Would we be interested in including that as a section as well? Mayor Cashup?
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I believe it would be much better to just mention NB by name, considering he is far more controversial than Humdinger in the eyes of the people. Although I do worry that including such an amendment publicly would make it look like we are going after our political enemies, and as such, I do advocate for caution as we debate this, as we don't want to give the appearance that we are prosecuting people just for disagreeing with us. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, I do see what you're saying, so I suggest that not include this in the press release, but part of the solution to this city crisis, or correction, state crisis. Mayor Cashup?
Thank you, Mr. Governor. That would be ideal if we could include that. However, I'm not sure for the specifics of the press release and our answer to the state crisis. That will have to be answered by the powers above us. Thank you.
Secretary of State Park?
I just wanted to clarify something about our last votes. Did we want to place a specific number on the percentage that? Okay, so we'll just leave it open for now.
Governor Stadler, yeah, I would leave it open for interpretation because we would have to look at the state grid not only that, like depending on different cities, they'd have different electrical consumptions. There's a lot of factors that would go into this, and so the legislation would have to be relatively in depth, and that would be for a later session. Mayor Dewart.
So, with 9, the state will issue their programs and crisis interventions to prevent future crisis similar from what is happening. And below is 10, the state shall limit the amount of energy that all data centers combined, and so on and so forth. I was actually about to write about that. I think that falls under 9. Would anyone disagree with that?
Governor Stadler, could you repeat again? I couldn't completely understand what you said.
Mayor Dewart, are you in the dock?
Governor Stadler, yes, I am, Mayor Dewart.
Mayor Dewart, thank you, Mr. Governor. I am 9, and below me 10 is Harry. I feel the 10 would fall under 9. I was actually about to add that in my section A. Would anyone disagree?
Governor Stadler, I don't disagree. 9 states, the state will issue their programs in crisis intervention to prevent future crises similar from happening. I would say that limiting the amount of energy consumption of AI data centers would limit or prevent this future crisis from happening. So that I do believe that goes under Section 9. Mayor Ogawa.
Mayor Ogawa, just a suggestion. If we have 9 points, I believe that we should all just assign one person 1 point for now, unless we add any more.
Governor Stadler, I agree with you, Mayor Ogawa. I do plan on bringing up that, investigation of Mr. Humdinger and previous governor, correction, how am I forgetting his name? Previous Governor Engby and their association with one another, but not issuing it in the press release, but just an investigation that we wouldn't announce or hide from the public. We would just do it. Mayor Manivanan.
Mayor Manivanan, I just wanted. I understand at the end you said that you wanted to keep this like investigating the previous mayor away from the previous governor away from the public. I think that investigating the previous governor is somewhat unnecessary because I feel like the root of a lot of these problems is the fact that Mr. Humdinger is potentially a deepfake or an AI, and I don't see how investigating into his relationship with the previous previous governor is important to this, because I feel like that could also come off as saying that in some cases this gets leaked. It could come off as the current government administration is stifling people from other parties or people who believe in other beliefs than the current government administration. And I'd just like to shy away from things like that.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Kashyap.
I do agree with Mr. Money. I do not think that we should be focusing on the previous governor. Rather, I would prefer if we focused on the Board of Trustees or the Board of Directors of Evil Corp. I believe that they will have much more knowledge about who exactly Mr. Humdinger is, and as such, they would probably have a lot more influence over him if he is not real. And so our investigation would be focusing on who these trustees are, who Mr. Humdinger are, and is Mr. Humdinger even a real person? Thank you.
Governor Stadler, I agree with that, Mayor Kashyap. So, if we're all, just to confirm that we're all on the same page here, issuing an investigation on Mr. Humdinger and his association with his Board of Trustees. This would not be a public. This would not be announced to the public, but it would not be hidden either. This wouldn't be something secret. It just, if somebody finds out, they find out, but we're not going to be announcing it to people. Mayor Kashyap.
Yes, I would rather that we specify the Board of Trustees of. In the press release, in the press release, we'll just mention him by Life Corp, but just specify that it's going to be the Board of Trustees of Evil Corp. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Special Advisor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Special Advisor Hamilton. The only objection I would have to this is that if if another person or entity finds out that we are investigating Mr. Humdinger, that would be a very bad look on us because Mr. Humdinger, despite his let's say his political agenda that he plans to enact, and what he's done in essentially like kind of he's essentially a populist in my opinion, but I don't believe he's done anything illegal. So if him or his allies find out that we are investigating him, that would cause public outrage among us.
Governor Stadler, I do not believe he's taking a populist ideal at all. I mean, in his statement on his roadmap to the true ideals of the state, it just seems like he's trying to push an evil core monopoly upon the entire state of Nevada on every aspect. It sounds like he's just pushing for his own company, his own ideals than the best needs of the people. Mayor Kashyap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Mr. Hamilton does raise an excellent point. We do not want to make it look like we are investigating our political enemies. Rather, I would like if this investigation were attached onto our proceedings against Evil Corp for their gross negligence charge, since we are going to be investigating the higher-ups of Evil Corp as to what led to the decision, or rather lack of decision, that caused the wildfire. And since it will be focused more so on his relation to Evil Corp, then I believe it would become much more explainable and presentable to the average person. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Kashyap, I 100% agree with that. That would still allow us to investigate Mr. Humdinger and his board of trustees while associating it with the investigation of Evil Corp. Mr. Manivanan.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I just wanted to restate my belief. I think that is a great position, especially since the Attorney General is going to be investigating this case, and that is a public position. So I believe that it is going to be very advantageous for us to kind of kill two birds with one stone in that manner.
Governor Stadler, so do we want to attach this to the section already investigating Evil Corp? All right. All those in favor of adding this to the section, which section is this that investigates Evil Corp? Do we all those in favor of attaching the listed amendments to section 5? Please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. All those who oppose say nay. All those who abstain say aye. Ayes have it. Please add that to section 5. The investigation of Mr. Humdinger and his board of trustees will be included in the investigation of Evil Corp. Mayor Kashyap.
Just a point of semantics. First, thank you, Mr. Governor. Just a point of semantics for section 5. As we're not going to make it appear we're investigating him personally, I think we should just specify the higher-ups of Evil Corp. I think we should just use that language in order to keep it vague while still saying that we are investigating him, just not outright.
Governor Stadler, I do believe that would be better language for the section 5 if we could edit it like that. Thank you. I believe we've gone through everything on the agenda. We've addressed everything. I believe we should start working on the state crisis solution itself and the formatting, unless anybody has any more changes or additions or any other sections they would like to add. Mayor Dewar.
Hi, Mayor Dewar. Thank you, Mr. Governor. I actually have no idea if we were given a specific format, but we all have a page, our cities, where it says Hubert City, the RAM, and then all the stuff we put. I think we need to talk to Travis about getting our own one that just says Nevada State in some way. That's it. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Manivanan.
Thank you, Mr. Governor, Mayor Manivannan. I think one thing that we might potentially be missing is the presence of protesters who are blocking like state activities. So especially like emergency vehicles. I think we missed that in our 9 parts here, and I think that it would be very useful to address that before 4 o'clock.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Kashyap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Regarding Mayor Money's claims, I think that the protests will naturally die out as a response to us issuing this press release and doing the actions that it contains. I think people just want answers. We are giving them answers in order to satisfy them, and I do think that protests will end as a result. I don't think we need to explicitly say stop protesting. I feel like saying that would cause more of an unrest situation. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Secretary of State Park.
I would just like to agree with Mr. Kashyap and also point out that unless the protests turn violent or they are breaking some laws, we do not have any right to force the protests to be broken up. So I agree.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Ogawa.
Mayor Ogawa. So, as regard to the protest, I think for point 7, the city town halls can be a part of the protest in which they can address their issues there. So I feel we did address sort of the protester aspect, and that's all. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Manivannan.
Mayor Manivannan. So I believe that the city or the town halls are a great way to help minimize the amount of protests in the area. But I think that one more thing that could potentially happen is that when we do the executive order to stop the energy going towards the AI data centers, especially since a lot of people have gained a liking to the CEO of these AI data centers, there might be more protesting that comes up as a result of this, and they might stop us or get in the way of evacuation and immediate measures that the state needs to take immediately. So I was just wondering if you think we should have a precautionary plan for something like that, or is it completely unnecessary?
Governor Stadler, Mayor Kashyap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Regarding Mr. Money's claims, I would like to keep in mind that we also are hiring a lot more law enforcement. So I believe if there are any issues, then I believe it will be taken care of. So I don't necessarily think we need to worry about that. Plus, yes, Mr. Humdinger, a lot of his support comes from making AI deepfakes. Without the ability to make these deepfakes, I do see his popularity quickly waning, as he will lose a lot of access to what he can exactly do. And as such, I don't think it is necessary that we take any further action regarding this. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Manivannan.
Mayor Manivannan, I don't believe, so I respectfully disagree with you, Mayor Kashyap. I think that Mr. Humdinger will still be able to create his AI deepfakes because Nevada is not the only state that has AI data centers. He can always get deepfakes from any other data center, anywhere around the world, frankly. If we just stop the AI data centers, even if they are owned by him, that may not necessarily stop him from continuing to use deepfakes if they are deepfakes. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Secretary of State Park.
I would just like to ask a clarifying question to Mayor Manivannan. So do you think that because there is potential for Mr. Humdinger to make deepfakes in the future that we should try to disperse the protests? Or I'm just a little bit confused as to exactly what you want to do, because of your concerns. If you could please clarify.
Governor Stadler. Specialist Advisor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Special Advisor Hamilton. I would just like to say that a big reason. So, okay, the third sentence of the crisis It states distrust in institutes, mainly driven by the spread of AI-generated videos and deepfakes, has led many of your constituents to be hesitant to receive your messages and remain calm. So that's probably the first reason that they are protesting, the distrust in us because of the AI deepfakes. Second, probably because that there were 2 great meteorological disasters, and now they also have no power and less food. So, and if there's AI deepfakes going on as well, that does not that there's a rightful protest going on. It makes sense. So I think if we fix the energy crisis and then we provide relief to the citizens through with the National Guard mobilizing with air transport, ground transport, boat transport, and then with the safe zones. Once we implement those, I feel like the concerns of the citizens would already just automatically decrease, and thus the protests will slowly dwindle. I do think a big problem is if we do close or if we, for now, we will, as we are reallocating power from LifeCorp's AI data centers. I do think a big problem is that a lot of people are hired, and there are a lot of jobs created by these data centers, but I do think that would just be an unfortunate trade-off. I feel like there's no way to keep all those jobs and also provide so much energy provide the energy needed in rural Nevada and southern Nevada.
Governor Stadler, Chief of Staff Maffey.
There's actually thank you, Mr. Governor. As far as data center jobs go, there's probably less jobs than you think. A lot of those data centers just are housing servers that are being cooled automatically without much input. So most of the jobs and people that work at those facilities are maintenance workers and a couple server engineers. But I don't think that industry is creating thousands of jobs like mining or hospitality would.
Governor Stadler, Mayor Manivanan.
Thank you, Mr. Governor, Mayor Manivanan. Just to go off of Mr. Maffey's point, I understand what you're saying. I think that, however, the AI data center will bring in a lot of tax money and things like that to the state of Nevada, which could be used to expand the economy, through bills and stuff. But I think also if a lot of people are going to be spending money on the AI data centers, it might also spill over to other different industries. And I understand that. I understand what you're saying, how it might not create thousands or tens of thousands of jobs. I still think that it's worth it to kind of have this extra economic growth boost that the AI data center has. So if we're able to kind of have this little boost from the AI data center, I think it's a great first stepping stone towards building a stronger and larger economy in the state of Nevada.
Governor Stadler, ironically, from the AI overview on Google, AI data centers create thousands of temporary construction roles, but only 50 to 300 permanent operational jobs per facility, while critics view them as job deserts relative to their massive footprint. They trigger massive indirect employment in specialized trades, equipment manufacturing, and local infrastructure maintenance. So the main takeaway from that is that while they don't directly cultivate employment, they kind of create a local economy where they attract a lot more jobs. Mayor Kashyap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I don't know if it's our prerogative to further discuss whether or not to have AI data centers. I believe right now our main crisis is dealing with Evil Corp and their data centers and the crisis that is emerging from them. I feel like the debate we are having is one to be held at a later time once all of this has been settled. Thank you.
Governor Stadler, Chief of Staff Maffey.
I do actually want to amend partly of what I was stated before to Mayor Sai's point, Mayor Manivanan's point. Really good example, just outside of Reno on the east side, there is multiple switch data centers, 20-foot brick walls, huge red house looking thing, you can't miss it. And because it was one of the first projects to go up in that industrial park over there, and henceforth it has helped grow that community over there. Now they're starting to build houses, they're building a gas station, and they're building a grocery store in what was a field only a couple short years ago.
Governor Stadler, I would like to remind the committee that we have 10 minutes left until this committee is adjourned. Governor Stadler, Mayor Kashyap.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Considering I don't think we have much else to add, considering we just went through all the main points, I do suggest we adjourn the meeting.
Governor Stadler, I do not think we need to adjourn the meeting. I believe we can start working on the formatting and work on the state crisis solution in these last 10 minutes. Secretary of State Park.
Is that something we can do like after we adjourn the meeting, or do we have to do it in the committee? Just to clarify.
Governor Stadler. No, it isn't necessary, but I figured we could start on it. Unless I would actually like to put it up to a vote. All those in favor of continuing to work on the state crisis solution, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Please raise your hand as well. All those who oppose say nay. Please raise your hand.
Nay.
All those who abstain say aye.
Aye.
Nays have it. Nays have it. We can continue to work on the formatting for this state crisis solution at a later time, but I will adjourn the committee at 3:51, June 17th.